Back pretty quickly, one day later. So, I gotta... Oh, okay. By progressing the story, more bonus content will be unlocked. Okay, how much does... Okay, so I don't actually have any outfits. That's important to know because I can't make Tama's outfit less ugly. Yet. Okay. So, as you can kind of tell from the first recording, this whole series is like Ace Attorney. It has gameplay mechanics a lot like Ace Attorney, where you click around the room and investigate things. And you talk to people and they have these conversation trees on the discussion. It also is Ace Attorney-like in that at some point it's going to be in a way where you can kind of choose where you can go next in the investigation. It hasn't happened yet. I presume that's I'd expect that to happen. And the story is kind of Ace Attorney-like as well, where you're investigating this one murder case, and it's always connected to some previous murders that happened in the past, like, you know, the DL6 incident or something, and they're connected. They do that whole thing that's often in the fifth case of or fourth case, depending on which game, Ace Attorney game. But, unlike Ace Attorney, it's all one investigation. There's no, like, trials or anything. And usually with these, it's just one investigation all drawn out and made into a whole entire game. And usually with these visual novel games, there's something that kind of breaks up the pure visual novelness and adds some action, so to speak. Like an escape room, or a class trial, or like a trial in Ace Attorney. In AI, the thing they throw in there is called a Somnium. And we experienced the tutorial one so far. And it has branching timelines, which is something that that's kind of not something that Ace Attorney has, but it's been incorporated from the tradition of this author is to write branching timelines. So it's like a single Ace Attorney. The best description of this is a single Ace Attorney investigation with branching timelines. It also has a similar kind of mood or casual, formal sort of placement as Ace Attorney. It's not really that. It's not like a really intense horror sort of thing, like Danganronpa. It's a little bit more casual feeling. It's a little more comfy feeling in that way. There's some disappointment so far. One is that they didn't commit to connecting this to the story of the first AI. I tend to like stories that connect in a bit more aggressively than this does. They tried to make it more standalone because they had that thought process of they wanted to not require you to have played the first AI to play the second one, so they could sell more. They thought that would sell more copies, I think. However, that doesn't. I can't really imagine that really working too well. Like, you would think people would play a second game of a series if they haven't played the first one. That's a weird thing to try to grab sales from. So they didn't connect it in, which disappoints me. I might see it more disappointments later associated with that. Also, it doesn't seem to be taking itself very seriously so far. I feel like the original AI started out a little bit more serious. This does start out a little bit more silly. And I tend to like, personally, it's just my preference, I tend to like more silly games. I mean, I said the exact opposite of what I was trying to say. I like more serious games. There we go. They're going to think that's a Freudian slip. No, I like games that take themselves more seriously, in general. I play a lot of silly games, so you may not necessarily be able to tell that from the selection of games that I've played and posted on YouTube me playing them. But that's the truth. I like it more serious. Yeah, and lastly, it's the whole like Tama thing where they did a pretty good job on the design of Aiba from the original game, and then they decide let's make up another eyeball entity, another, computer assistant person or not person, depending on how you want to think of it. So they came out with this Tama, and her design is awful. Which, you know, what really makes it bad is its contrast from the same team making a design for Aiba. It's like, why couldn't you made a good design, so you demonstrate you could make good designs. So why didn't you make another good design? And it also really plays up this whole boobs motif in the AI, which mostly I don't like, because if someone were to walk in on me playing this, or virtually walk in on me playing this, like someone who knows me in real life were to watch my YouTube videos, they'd be like, it like changes the impression of the types of things I like to play. It's completely unnecessary, right? Like, you oftentimes will end up with games where the story is really good or something, the mystery aspect is really good, but they load it up with a bunch of sexual humor or imagery just to basically does nothing besides potentially shrink the target demographic. The best example of that being So, anyway. Sorry for being all negative. It's easier to criticize stuff than to praise stuff, unfortunately. It's how the world works. Let's keep going. Go from the manual save, of course. Pretty much never gonna load an autosave, because I don't generally load autosaves.
あの死体、どこか別の世界から瞬間移動してきたんですよ。で、龍騎はここに HB 事件の捜査、あんたが担当してたんでしょ。
龍騎くんの記憶を探るんだ。
水木ちゃん、ソムニウム世界に潜っていられるのは6分が限界だからね。
くそ、やっと忘れられたのに。
So, a little bit of a review there on the story. Now, a little oversight in the game design. I had the voice on Japanese because I want to pick up on Japanese, like, words, vocabulary, and grammar as much as possible in whatever I do. But I don't understand hardly any Japanese anyway. I just want to get as much exposure just to get the exposure, even though I don't understand any of it still. That made the review voice acting in Japanese, and it wasn't subtitled. So, I didn't understand anything that was said in there. Table. So, we are Ryuki now, apparently. We have Mizuki sitting across from me, being all cute, as usual. It's a desk. Yeah, well, is it a desk or is it a table? Make up your mind. A two-way mirror. A recording camera. A door. A pipe. Are any more pipes? It's kind of... You would expect if there's a pipe you could click on, that if you clicked on the pipe multiple times, it would eventually trigger something. It's just such an odd thing to have selectable. Wait a second. There was some green. Where's the green? What made the green pop up? Ah, surveillance camera. Surveillance camera. Sometimes those are sneaky. Like, there's small hitbox things you can click on. Not surveillance cameras. Although those can be sneaky too. Not to Ryuki though, because he knows how this place works. There's already a big hunk of camera right there anyway. Okay, let's actually talk to her. Wow, we don't even, like, name her or think about her at all. You.
誰だっけ?
Who are you again? Who are you again? I don't know how to talk drunk.
ビキニじゃなくて
It's not bikini. Well, I thought that, although that could definitely be a Japanese word, definitely could be a Japanese romanization. That's the exact same spelling as a certain type of garment.
スクールでもなくて
And it's not zucchini either. Okay. That makes sense.
ああ思い出した水木だ
I remember, it's Mizuki. Well, you did better than me because I had to go into the game a bit to get the spelling right. Mistook her somehow for a you, me, and her character of all things. Not like, you know, just mistook the spelling.
まだ酔いが冷めてないみたいね。
Looks like he hasn't sobered up yet. It's the middle of the night. Oh, is that... She has bags under her eyes?
ふざけないで。ちゃんと答えてくれるまで返さないから。
I want alcohol. I'm not leaving until you give me answers, so quit messing around.
ブラフマンで話したこと、多分聞いてなかったと思うから、もう一度言うね。
You probably weren't listening to me at Brahmin, so I'll say it again.
いやその必要はないよさっきタマから聞いたんだ
No need. Tama told me earlier. Is he gonna, like, suddenly get all sober? Just for plot convenience?
震えジンのもう片方が見つかったんだってね
Jin Furue's other half was found.
だけどその死体は今日の昼まで生きていた
But the body was alive until noon today.
なんでか知りたい
You wanna know how?
簡単なことさ
It's simple. And then, for plot convenience, I just cut off right here.
震えの左半身は飛んできたんだ
Jin's left half flew here.
6年前の世界から時間を超えて
It flew through time from the world 6 years ago.
何言ってるの？
What are you talking about?
龍騎、あなたの頭の中を覗かせてもらった。
Ryuki, I looked inside your mind.
知ってるよシンクしたんでしょ
Okay, so suddenly his face is not red. I knew this would happen. I know, you synced with me, didn't you?
あの人は誰？
Who was that person?
あの人って
That person?
ソムニウムの最後、あなたに向かって手を伸ばしていた人物。
The person who was reaching out to you at the end of the Somnium. You have to remember, people don't remember their dreams, so oftentimes they don't know what happened in their Somnium.
ねえ、教えて。
Tell me.
6年前のことで、私が知らないこと。一体何があったの？
Something happened 6 years ago that I don't know about. What was it?
どうしても知りたい
You really want to know? Yeah.
やばいところに足を突っ込むことになるかも
You could be putting yourself in danger.
覚悟はできてる。
I have protagonist powers. I have protagonist plot armor. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not afraid.
わかったなら教えよ
Fine, then I will tell you. And suddenly someone busts in! Or he busts
う
out!
とはいえ6年前の2月10日あの日のことは言うまでもないよね
But I'm sure there's no need to explain what happened on February 10th, 6 years ago.
私もあのスタジオにいたから。
Yeah, I was there at the studio.
じゃあ君の知らないところから話を始めるとしよう
Alright, then I'll start from the parts you don't know about.
あの日の翌日2月11日のことから
The day after the incident, February 11th. And then we're going to play as him through it, right? To 11. Anyone imagines. Ryuki chapter 1, okay? This is the boss's room. Yep. There's... No, they're not...
元気か龍騎
So why is Iba... Oh, Iba exploded. Okay. So, this is where... You know at the beginning I said that there would be more disappointments associated with the reluctance of connecting this game to the first one? This is what I was referring to. In AI, the first game, there is body swapping. And the Date that you play as, that consciousness for most of the game is not in his original body. He is in the birth body of Saito Sajima. At the end of AI, they get switched back to their original bodies. Because Saito wanted that, and also Date wanted that, despite them being completely at odds. And so Date was switched back into his original body, which does not original body at the end. The body we see here, for Date, this character design, is the Date you play as for by like vast majority, like 99% of the first game. All the way up to the last few minutes, essentially. But this is not the appearance that Date would have if this were actually a sequel, if these events were to actually happen after the events of the first AI. So I don't know if they're going to explain this by saying you get plastic surgery to look like Saito again, or what. Or they're just going to, like, brush this off and intentionally misrepresent the appearance of Date from what it should be if you had good continuity of the series to avoid spoilers for the first game and not, depending on your quiz answers, change his character design because we're lazy. That's no excuse for continuity breaks, I'm sorry. What's up, Ryuki?
伊達さん
Miss Date-san. Well, I would talk to Date, but I gotta click all the things. From which, in Baus's office, there are a lot. There are a bunch of bags in the grid-shaped racks. Wait, I didn't actually pick up on that. So Tama is sitting on the boss. Why does Ryuki actually have two eyes? And is he gonna give up an eye? What's going on there?
もしかしたら今回の事件マトリョーシカみたいな構造になってるのかも。
Maybe this is like a Matryoshka doll. Maybe. It's in your office.
なんか意味深なこと言ってますけど全然関係ないと思いますよ。
Okay, Tama is not in his eye. That sounds deep, but I don't think that has anything to do with this case. Oh, I get it. It's deep. It's a Matryoshka doll. Okay. I remember seeing a kappa in there once. No, not really. Shrunk red lantern. A shrunken red lantern. Cabinet. It's a cabinet. It's a ball. It looks like a regular ball, but it's actually a prototype version of an AI ball. Apparently, during the experimental stage, they used to screw it forcefully into the eye socket. Now they just put it in normally. Okay, so just kind of, there's a big ball sticking from your eye. It blocks your ability to see from the other eye. Looks like a ball, but it's actually, okay, this is... Chain of origami rings. I want to be a star employee. Is that what I was going to say, but I decided against it. There are stars on the wall. Posters, ads, and flyers cover the wall. Oh, I missed the dialogue. What is game beef bowl? Great. Okay. Those have Hot Wheels in them? They're stars. Chair. It's a chair. More bags. More ribbon. It's like a DNA spiral. Well, DNA is a double spiral. Ribbons are hanging from the ceiling. That seems difficult to water. A hanging flower pot. It's a shelf. Date often takes me to places with red lights like that. A big key. Okay. Sus.
どうしたの？そんなところをじっと見て。
What's wrong? You've been staring.
いえ何でも
Oh, it's nothing. I don't like broken clocks. There are files, documents, doujinshis, those sort of things. Oh. It's a plaster figure. There's a police poster on the wall. There's a door curtain for a soba restaurant on the wall.
あれいつまで飾ってるんですか？
How long are you going to keep that here?
私に新しい彼氏ができるまで。
Until I get a new boyfriend.
じゃあ永遠にあのままだな。
Then it's going to stay there forever.
伊達君の次の不妊地はベネズエラね。
Date, I am assigning you to Venezuela.
リスクマス
Good luck. A Christmas tree. There are all sorts of things hanging on coat hangers. A pennant on display.
それボスのじいちゃんらしいぜ。
I heard that's Boss's granddaughter. Well, Boss is 49. Well, at this point, she's 43. So if we have a granddaughter, it's not out of the. No, that's pretty normal at 43.
おかしなこと言わないでくれる？
Don't fill his head with nonsense.
正確にはおじいちゃんのデスマスクよ。
That's not my grandfather. That's my grandfather's death mask. Oh, I thought it said granddaughter. I read it wrong. I thought Date would throw an insult. So I thought of it differently. Okay.
どっちにしろおかしいですが
Not any less weird. There's a mysterious mask hanging on the wall. Mysterious mask hanging on the wall. There's a map on the wall. Chair.
彼らレムニスに移籍したらしいのよね。
You want to hear some juicy gossip? I heard they got transferred to Limniscate.
そうですか
Okay, how is that juicy? And who's running Limniscate now that Reiji, or however you pronounce, whoever that guy was, is dead?
へえ。
Uh-huh.
よかったわね
Good for them.
私あんたたちの上司なのよ。ちょっとは興味あるふりしなさいよ。
Hey, I'm your superior, you know. You should at least pretend you're interested. It's a boy band poster. It's a stationary bike for indoor training. It's a life preserver.
伊達さんから聞きました
I remember Date-san telling
ボ
me.
スストレスが溜まった時にあれを打ち鳴らして発散してるんですよね
You like to hit that thing when you're feeling stressed out, right, boss?
そんな行儀の悪いことしないわ。
Oh no, I wouldn't do something so brutish.
ただ壁に向かって投げつけてるだけで。
I just throw it against the wall.
余計行儀悪いだろ。
That's even worse. It's a symbol. Chair.
隆起の心拍数が上昇してるわ
Yuki, your heart rate is increasing.
もしかしてあなた女湯の蛇口を想像してるんじゃ
Don't tell me. You're imagining a woman's bathhouse, aren't you? Fantasizing about the shiny faucets.
それでなんで興奮すんの
Why would that be part of my fantasy? There's a door curtain for a bathhouse on the wall.
ああ、久しぶりに滑りてえな。
I haven't been on a board in a while. I wish I could go.
いつも滑ってるじゃない
I think you fall on your butt plenty already. Snowboard. Skis. Bullseye. It's a dart machine. It reads Happy Birthday. It seems to have been used at a party long ago.
私黒くてツヤツヤしてるものが大好きなの。
I'm a sucker for anything shiny or black. So, black cars.
ゴキブリとか
What about cockroaches, boss? They're shiny and black. They typically are a little bit brownish, though. They're not like a deep, dark charcoal black.
はい、減給確定。
Okay, I'm reducing your salary.
そんな
There's a coffee maker on the shelf. A bookshelf. There are all sorts of things on there. A jack-o'-lantern decoration for Halloween. They could do a zero escape, like an escape room in Boss's room. It would work out. There's a big catch flag on the wall. The other coffee maker.
それボスに似てるよな
Reminds me of you, boss.
どこがよ。
Which part? I remember her saying some factoid about tanukis that got spread around. It's probably what Mr. Date was talking about. Oh, the stretchiness of the scrotum. Yes. It's a tanuki. It's a Shogi King piece of decoration.
「知ってるかリュウキこの人形喋るんだぜ
Did you know this doll can talk, Ryuki?
私の幼馴染なの。
He's my childhood friend.
何言ってるんですか
What are you talking about?
やあ、僕の名前はマリオ。よろしくね。
It's me, Mario. Nice to meet you. Except that he talks. Boss's friend Mario.
ああ、そのデッキブラシで龍騎のお尻を叩きたい。
I'm going to greatly dislike this character. I like to. Well, I already do. So I don't know why I'm talking in future tense. I greatly dislike this character. I'd like to smack your butt with that broom.
なんで
Why? There's a broom leaning against the wall. RC car.
そのラジコン結構速いのよ。
That RC goes pretty fast.
へえどのくらいなんですか
How fast does it
秒
go?
速300万キロメートル。
3 million kilometers per second.
宇宙が崩壊するな
The universe would collapse if that were true. There's a relativistic RC car here. A volleyball.
そのボールを見ると高校の頃の彼氏を思い出すの。
When I see that ball, it reminds me of my boyfriend from high school.
ボールを足で持って遊んでたのよね。
Yeah, you seem like the type who'd be into that. Into what? Soccer balls are going back for high school boys. It's a soccer ball. Okay, I'll consider that good. Oh, desk.
そのペルシャ絨毯5億円の価値があるらしいぞ
I found out what that rug actually cost, by the way. It's something like 500 million yen, which doesn't really sound that much.
本当よ。とある金持ち狙いの詐欺師から押収したやつだから。
It's true, confiscated from a thief.
それ勝手に使っちゃっていいんですか
Are you allowed to do that? No. A Persian rug worth 500 million yen. Okay, I can't do the phone. Okay, let's get through the conversations now. Oh, computer. There's a PC on the desk. It's the kind with a monitor built into the computer. Yeah, there's probably something I'm missing because it's really small on the edge of the field of view or something. But so we have Tama, Date, and Boss. Tama probably will not advance the plot, so we'll do her first.
ちょっと龍樹くんどこ見てんのよ。
I'd trigger it just to get it over with. What are you looking at, Ryuki?
いやその丸っこいやつを
I was looking at the round, the
変
round
態。
hentai.
ああそういう意味じゃなくて
Why didn't you just, if you were looking at Tama, you would say, I'm looking at Tama, not the round. That's not what I
触
meant.
ってもいいんだぞ。
You can touch them if you want
よ
to.
くないわよ。
No, you absolutely cannot. Okay. I shouldn't stare. People will get the wrong idea. Her name is Tama. She's a kind of a robot known as an AI ball, and right now I suppose her gender is set to female. She's usually nested in my left eye socket and supports me in investigations. She's my left eye and also my partner. Most of my conversations with Tama are done in my mind. That goes for when she's in my eye socket and while she's out and about like this.
タマ何か癒し系の画像を
Tama, show me the news.
頼み方が違うだろ
It's not how you ask for a favor, is it?
お願いしますタマ様
I beg you, Lady Tama.
ふむ、こういうやつね。
How about this? Tama is connected to my brain through a wireless link. Is that like the Kama Sutra? That's how we're able to exchange information while Tama is out of my eye socket. Wait,
いや
Tama?
らし系の画像だ
I said news, not nudes.
ふにふにして気持ちいいの。
Nice and soft.
ここにいると、なんだか癒されるような感じがして。
It feels kind of soothing being here.
福利厚生の一環よ。
Anything to promote office wellness.
全く意味が分かりませんが
What are you talking about?
じゃあ俺も
Well, then you won't mind if I join you.
冗談だよ。
I'm kidding. What are you looking at?
私の視界には、間抜け面の男が映ってるわ。
I see a stupid looking man's face.
こんな感じで。
Like this. Oh, he's standing? Okay. I have to investigate myself. How are
元
you?
気4倍ハンパンマン
It's alright now because I am here, half might.
ハンパンだって元気いっぱい
Half for all, we are full-time heroes.
龍樹くん。
Ryuki,
お前、絶対元気じゃないよな。
you feeling okay?
そろそろ見てもらった方が良さそうね。
Maybe we should have a doctor take a look at you. This is how I appear in Tama's vision. You seem
大
tired.
丈夫このぐらいなんともないさ
Don't worry, I'm fine.
リュウキ、今自分自身に向かって話しかけてるわよね。
You're trying to convince yourself, aren't you?
かなり疲弊しきってると思うんだけど。
Poor Ryuki, you're exhausted.
やれるだけやってみるよ
Yeah, I'll try.
あー、なんだその言い方は。もっと気合い入れんかボケ。
What is that? Why don't you say it like you mean it?
事件を解決するのがお前の使命。そのためにアビスに入ったんじゃろがい。
It's your duty to solve the case. That's why you're here, isn't it?
分かったよタマもう閉じてくれ
I got it, Tama. You can close it. Okay. Fine.
もう一度見る？
Want to see it again?
いや やめてくれ。
No, thank you. I saw the video last night, and
どうしたの龍樹くん。
what is it, Ryuki?
あの看板の QR コード、生配信の動画にも。
The QR code that sign was shown during the live stream too.
ええ、バッチリ映ってたわ。
Yeah, quite clearly.
ってことは世界中の人たちがあれを。
That means it was seen by people around the world.
リンク先のビューキューブの動画アクセス数は数百万って噂だ。
They say the ViewCube video in the link got several million views.
アカウントはすでに削除されてるけど、コピーされたデータが他の動画サイトにも。
The account is already deleted, but you know how it is. People uploaded copies to other sites almost immediately.
というわけで実際に見た人間はその何倍もいるってことになるわ。
That means the actual number of people who saw it is several times greater.
何か異変は？
Anything strange happened since?
異変？
What do you mean?
例えば動画を見て病院に搬送された人が何人もいるとか。
Maybe a bunch of people being sent to the hospital after seeing the video or something?
いえ、今のところ特にそんな報告は。
No, I haven't heard any reports like that so far.
そうですか。
I
昨
see.
日も言ったけど、動画の配信者は不明よ。
Like I said, the uploader of the original video is unknown. Okay. So that's gets rid of Tama, so Date. My senior agent, Date. Why are you
確か伊
here?
達さん、長期休暇を取ってたはずじゃ。
I thought you were on vacation.
ああ、働き方改革ってやつでな。強制的に休みを取るよう言われたんだ。
Yeah, new labor laws. I'm supposed to be on break.
じゃあどうしてここに？
And why are you
い
here?
や、なんとなく暇だったからダーツでもしようと思ってな。
Well, why not? I was bored, so I thought I'd come play darts.
ここは神聖な仕事部屋よ。遊び場みたいに扱わないでくれる？
This is supposed to be a place of business. Could you not play around in here?
むしろ遊ぶもんしか置いてないだろうが。
What? This room is full of things to play with. Are they gonna have this issue where the writing for Date is different depending on if you're playing as him or not? So I seem to notice that happens when you play when someone you're not playing as someone, they get sillier. About your face.
俺の顔がどうかしたか？
Is there something on my face?
いや、その
Well, your AI is missing.
今の伊達さんの顔って本物じゃないんですよね。
Oh, they're gonna try to address this with some hand wavy thing. The face you have now isn't your real face, is it?
第二サイクロ事件の時に昔の体を取り戻して。
You got your old body back during the new Cyclops serial killing case, so
ああ、今はシリコンマスクを装着してるんだ。
yeah, well, I decided to have a custom mask made.
周りの連中はこの顔で俺のことを認識してるからな。
Everyone knows me by this face.
それにこっちの顔の方がモテるし。
Besides, this one is more popular with the ladies. Except it's a mask though. So like your lips are rubber.
あんまり変わらないと思うけど。
I don't think it makes much of a difference.
うるさい！
Shut up, it's for this non-spoiler continuity nonsense. By the way, Jin Furue didn't have a silicone mask on. I know because I x-rayed it. Oh, okay. About the eye patch.
へへかっこいいだろ。
It looks cool, doesn't it?
相棒が家出中なんでこの眼帯をつけてるんだ。
I'm wearing the patch because Eyeball ran away from home.
伊達くん今相棒と喧嘩してるのよね。
It's not the whole story, is it,
ビ
Date?
キニ姿の女の子たちが海岸でスイカ割りしている VR 動画を見ようとして。
You decided to watch a VR video of bikini girls splitting watermelons at the beach. Well, that's not the worst thing Date could be watching.
もうお前とはやってられない。コンビを解消する。
I can't do this anymore. I'm done being your partner.
で、相棒は伊達くんの眼下を飛び出し、うちに転がり込んできたってわけ。
So Iva leaped out of Date's eye socket and ended up at my place.
じゃあ相棒は今ボスの家に。
So she's at your house right now.
極秘任務に当たってるわ。
No, she's working on a top secret mission. Oh, so that's it.
なんだよ極秘任務って。
What mission?
それが言えたら極秘じゃないでしょ。
If I told you, it wouldn't be top secret. About Jin Furue's
夕
murder.
べのニュースで見たよ。
I saw the news last night.
さっきボスからも話を聞いたし、大体のことは知ってる。
I talked to boss earlier too, so I know the gist of what's going on.
ネットの生配信をしてる最中に突然死体が現れたんだろ。
The corpse suddenly appeared in the middle of a live stream, right?
なぜか右半身だけが
And for some reason, just the right half. Gonna make a note here on the letter count. So the name I'm looking for is 6 letters followed by 4 letters. Or the other way around, because it's a Japanese localized game, sometimes it's hard to tell which order you're supposed to put in the first and last name.
まるで時空を超えてきたかのように。
Like it traveled through time and space. So my senior agent Date. Oh, any advice on the
アド
investigation?
バイスね。
Advice?
じゃあ酒でも飲みながら話すとするか。
I only give advice when I'm drinking, shall we?
まだ朝ですよ。
It's not even noon yet, and I haven't talked to the boss.
別にいいだろ、休暇中なんだから。
Who cares? I'm on vacation.
伊達さんはね、
Well,
僕は違います。
I'm not.
いつもみたいにおごってやるからさ。
Come on, my treat, as usual. I've seen Mr. Date drunk several times before, but not once have I seen him open his wallet.
わかりました。自力で何とかしますよ。
Now I'll just handle this myself.
付き合ってくれよ。
What? Drink with me.
埼玉県の大宮に居心地のいいバーがあってな。
It's a real cozy bar in Omiya I know about.
きっと気に入ってもらえると思うんだが。
I think you'll like it.
どうせガールズバーでしょ。
All the bartenders are sexy women, aren't they?
なんでそれを。
How'd you know?
そもそもなんで大宮なんですか。
Why Omiya of all places? Well, I don't know much about the demographics of Japan to know what's at Omiya.
知らないのか。今埼玉が一番暑いんだぞ。
You don't know? Saitama is hot right now, and I don't know what that is, so I don't know what I just talked about.
暑いのは熊谷だけでしょ。
Oh, it's hot springs? It's warm at this time of year?
そういう意味じゃなく。
That's not what I meant. Saitama is a province located north of Tokyo with a population of around 7 million. Omiya is the capital of Saitama. Omiya has a stop for bullet trains and arenas where even Johnny's groups perform. There are tons of stores Date might like. Omiya is a really fashionable city. Okay. And I finally talked to the boss, we should probably advance the plot. How late were you out drinking last night?
Huh?
What?
捜査が終わってから歌舞伎町のホストクラブに行ったんでしょ。
You went to the host club in Kabuchiko after the investigation, didn't you?
誰がそんなこと。
Who would do such a thing?
いや、いつも大体そうしてるので。
I mean, you usually do that.
昨夜はまっすぐ家に帰ったわ。
I went straight home last night.
さすがに毎晩飲み歩いてたら娘に叱られちゃうからね。
I can't be out drinking every night. My kid would never let me hear the end of it. What kid? Do you have a goat?
待て、娘ってなんだよ。
I'm sorry, your kid?
私の子供のことよ。
Yeah, my little girl.
あれはついてないから多分娘で間違いないと思う。
At least I think she's a little girl. I didn't spot any dangly bits, so unless she says otherwise.
ボスに娘さんがいたなんて。
I had no idea you had a daughter, boss. You're gonna find out it's just a pet or something.
私も知らなかったわ。
Neither did I.
俺だって初耳だ。なんで今まで隠してた。
I didn't know either. Why'd you keep that a secret all this time?
別に隠してたわけじゃないわ。
It wasn't a
ただ
secret.
聞かれなかったから言わなかっただけで。
No one asked.
あれから半日も経ってないのよ。何もわかるわけないじゃない。
It hasn't even been half a day. No info for you yet.
震えの左半身もまだ見つかってないし。
Jin's left half hasn't been found yet either.
右半身が突然燃え上がった理由は。
Why did his right half burst into flames like that?
現在調査中。
We're still looking into it.
ただ 電子部品や装置のかけらは一切見つかってないって。
But I was told they haven't recovered any mechanical or electrical pieces.
つまり時限爆弾が仕掛けられてたわけじゃないと。
So it wasn't a time bomb.
自然発火したっていうのか？
Do you think it could have been spontaneous combustion? Well, it wouldn't be spontaneous because it would have to be a coincidence, but
さあどうかしらね。
who knows? Space. Boss is sitting on a desk.
そうね、今日本中がこの話題で持ちきりよ。
Yeah, the entire country's been talking about it all day.
日本どころか全世界でだ。
Not just Japan, but the whole world.
ネットの生配信中に突如半分に切り裂かれた死体が出現。
A body sliced in half suddenly appeared in the middle of a broadcast.
おまけにそこには看板が突き刺さっていて、怪しげな言葉と QR コードが記されていた。
And then there was that weird QR code, too.
話題にならない方がどうかしてる。
I'd be surprised if it didn't go viral.
でも不思議よね。
But how strange.
あの死体が現れる直前、停電になったでしょ。
There was a blackout before the corpse appeared, right?
なのにどうして配信は止まらなかったのかしら。
So why didn't the stream get cut off? Oh.
さてと、それじゃあ僕とタマはそろそろ捜査に。
Okay then, Tama and I will continue the investigation. Why do you specifically invoke Tama, though?
あ、待って、行く前に一つだけ注意してもらいたいことが。
Oh wait, before you go, there's one thing I want you to be careful about.
今アビスの通信系統に不具合が生じちゃってて、
Abyss is having issues with the communication network right now.
AI ボールが入手したデータをクラウド上にアップできなくなっちゃってるの。
Any data obtained by your AI ball can't be uploaded to the cloud.
その関係でバックアップが取れないのよね。
Yeah, I can't do any backups right now.
私の体内にある記憶媒体にしかデータを保存できなくて。
I can only save data inside my body's storage.
じゃあ弾がぶっ壊れたらアウトってことか。
So we'll be in big trouble if you break.
ええ、今日以降に記録したデータは全て吹っ飛んじゃうことになるわ。
Yes, any data saved from today on will be lost.
わかりました。十分注意します。
Understood, we'll be careful.
で、どこから当たってみるつもり？
So, where are you planning on going first?
まずは聞き込みから始めてみようかと。
I thought we'd start by asking around for more info.
昨べ現場にいた人たちからまだほとんど話を聞けていないので。
I haven't been able to talk to the people who were at the scene much yet.
水木、イリス、モーマとチンペイ、それと番組の司会をしていたアンデス・コメジね。
Mizuki, Iris, Moma, Shinpei, and Andes Komeji, the host. Yeah, Tama pronounced Iris, but I'm pretty sure that it's supposed to be pronounced Iris, because otherwise it wouldn't be spelled like that. Like, it wouldn't be romanized that way.
居場所はわかる？
Do you have their locations?
ええ、スマホの GPS から位置情報を入手。それぞれの現在地を特定したわ。
Yes, I obtained each of their locations through GPS on their smartphones. Well, sometimes I just leave my smartphone at home, so that wouldn't be helpful.
まず水木は松下食堂という飲食店に。
First, Mizuki's at a place called Matsushita Diner. Okay, in case we'll go back
太
there.
田の店か。
Ota's place. Oh, that's what his name was. I forgot.
イリスは関場女子高等学校の校舎内にいるみたい。
Iris seems... Iris. Iris seems to be on the campus of Sekiba High.
あいつは関場女子の生徒だからな。
Makes sense, she's a student there after all.
モーマとチンペイは熊倉組の事務所に。
Moma and Shinpei are at the Kumakura office, so we'll go back there.
あの超珍怖いの事務所か。
Right, the Dragon and Lantern's place.
最後にコメジだけど、彼はミセタンの屋上遊園地にいるっぽいわ。
And finally, Komeji. He seems to be on the rooftop amusement park at Misatan. Another a different amusement park, okay.
店単新宿にある百貨店だな。
Misatan, the department store in Shinjuku?
もしかして伊達さん、手伝ってくれるんですか？
Do you want to ride along for the investigation, Mr. Date?
バカなこと言うな。休みの日に働くほど俺は暇じゃねえよ。
I'm not going to work on my day off. I'm not that bored.
でもさっき暇だって。
Bored enough to come here.
暇にもいろいろあってな。種類が違うんだよ。
There are many types of boredom. This is different.
じゃあ龍樹くん、よろしく頼んだわよ。
Well, Ryuki, I'm counting on you.
はい、任せてください。
Back in the old days, I used to scream falling every time the phrase counting on you showed up. Right, leave it to me.
タマもね、龍樹くんの面倒しっかり見てあげて。
Tama, you take care of Ryuki, okay?
了解よ。
Always. Except she doesn't. Okay, nothing's not ungrayed out now. The conversations have happened. See, it's like Ace Attorney, you can kind of choose different, you know, places. So I do the Force one first, just to be contrary. So we have a Bentley.
If they
dentist tells you that you need to get braces, and you refuse to get braces, this is what will happen to your head. It will turn into a cube. Shoma, my little boy, he is in elementary school.
ある朝目覚めて洗面所に行くと、わてのおでこのところに落書きが。
One day, I wake up, go to the bathroom mirror, and I have writing on my forehead.
ショーマンのやつが書いたんですわ。覚えたてのローマ字で、おはーって。
It must have been Shoma. He had been learning letters in school recently. Anyway, he writes Da A Tub, which you would think that he would be learning hiragana and katakana in school, so you would think what would be written there would be a romanization of that. So it looks like they're looking for the meaning as opposed to the actual spelling. Death tub?
なんや、可愛いやっちゃな思て、わてはそのままにしとったんですが。
I'm thinking death tub, is that what he meant? Is he trying to tell me something?
そしたらショーマンのやつ、わての顔を見てゲラゲラと笑いよるんです。
Then Shoma saw my face and started bursting out
わ
laughing.
てはなんでやろう思て、いろいろ考えて。
And I was thinking, what's so funny?
で、ようやく気づいたんですわ。
That's when I realized.
その、おはって文字、鏡越しに見とったってことに。
When you see death tub in the mirror, it says butthead. Great.
元気の神様インティインティパチャカマックス
God of energy, E.T. Pakamox. I will hate you.
そのショーマの話をもう一つ。
Another story about Shoma.
ある時学校から呼び出しがありまして、ちょっと太めの教頭先生からこんな風に言われたんです。
One day I got a call from school and a rather heavy-set vice principal told me,
ショーマ君はあろうことかこの私のことを豚と言ったんです。
Your Shoma called me a pig of all things.
わては頭を下げて謝ってからその場におったショーマを怒鳴りつけました。
I apologized and gave Shoma a talking to.
ええかショーマ二度と教頭先生のことそんな風に言うたらあかんで。
Listen here, Shoma, don't you ever call the vice principal that again.
するとショーマは
分かったよ。二度と教頭先生のこと豚なんて呼ばない。
He said, okay, I won't call the vice principal a pig anymore.
でもその代わり豚のことは教頭先生って呼んでもいいよね。
But it's okay if I call a pig vice principal, right?
で最後に一言こんな風に言うてショーマは去っていきました。
I say, sure, why not? So then as the kid is leaving, he says,
ごめんなさいそれでは失礼します。教頭先生
I'm sorry, can I go play with my friends now, vice principal?
元気の神様インティインティパチャカマックス
Huh?
終わりました？
Are you finished?
終わったも何も客なんてアンさんしかおらへんやないですか。
Well, you're the only one here.
警視庁の入規班でしたね。昨べのことで話を聞きに。
You're Mr. Ryuki from the Metropolitan Police Department, right? You came here to talk about what happened.
ええ
Yes.
ほな場所を変えましょうか。
Let's go somewhere else to
もっ
talk.
と落ち着ける場所の方がええでっしゃろ。
You'd prefer someplace quieter, right?
って観覧車かよ。
Wait, the Ferris wheel?
まあええやないですか。
What, did you just teleport here? I mean, you should have gotten on the Ferris wheel at some point. So you should have already had this conversation. Well, why not?
密室におっさんと二人きり。
Alone with a middle-aged man in an enclosed space. Is usually nothing to worry about.
全く落ち着けないわね。
This is not what I had in mind. As far as he's concerned, you are an eyeball. Window.
ははははは。見ろ、ゴミが人のようだ。
Look, the ants are like people. Okay, she is into that genre type of joke.
逆だけどね。
It's the other way
いや
around.
逆も正しくないけど。
Wait, the other way around doesn't sound right either. I can see the cityscape out the window. It's the door of the gondola. Or is it a Ferris wheel? I don't know. Yohei Hora Inda. Okay, IK Andes Komeiji is sitting in front of me. Your clothes.
ああこれですか。一丁羅のステージ衣装です。
Oh, this is my one and only stage outfit.
ポイントはこの生かした棒体。
The
去年
sharp,
せがれが買うてくれたんです。
the sharp little bow tie is the highlight. My boy bought it for me last year.
棒体っていうのは蝶ネクタイのことよ。
Bow ties are somewhat unusual. Traditional ties are more common.
でもそのネクタイ、昨べはしてませんでしたよね。
But you weren't wearing that tie last night, were you?
ああそうでしたっけ。
Oh, I wasn't.
その時の気分で、つけたり外したりしてるもんで。
I tend to take it off and put it on based on how I'm feeling.
ここのステージにはよく。
Do you come to this stage a lot?
ええこの百貨店店担の店長さんがわてのことを気に入ってくれてまして。
Yeah, the owner of the Misatan department store took a liking to
ちょ
me.
くちょく出させてもうてるんです。
He's given me the opportunity to appear several times now. Why
わ
Ferris?
て観覧車が好きなんです。
So I love Ferris wheels.
ちゅうかぐるぐるぐるぐると回り続けるもんが。
I like anything that guru spins around apparently.
飛行機のプロペラとかドラム式の洗濯機とかラブホテルのベッドとか。
Plane propellers, washing machines, the beds at love hotels, apparently they spin.
昔はあったのよ。ラブホテルに回転するベッドが。
There used to be rotating beds at love hotels a long time ago.
なんで知ってんだよそんなこと。
How do you know that?
まるで人生みたいでしたろ。
Just like life, isn't it?
上がったり下がったり同じところを何度も何度も回り続けて。
With its ups and downs, you rotate around the same places over and over.
ラブホテルのベッドは登らないけどね。別の意味で登ることはあっても。
Really, Tama? Really?
わてのせがれも同じなんです。
My boy is just like me, you know?
せがれって翔馬くんのことですか。さっきステージで言ってた。
Shoma, you mentioned him on stage earlier.
ええあいつもこの観覧車がごっつ好きでして。
Yes, he really loves his Ferris wheel, too.
もうちょっとで中学生やっちゅうのによく一人で乗りに来るんですわ。
He's almost in middle school and he still comes here by himself all the time.
一丁前に大人みたいな口聞いてても心はガキのままなんでしょうな。
He talks like he's all grown up, but he's still a kid inside.
そういうあなたも観覧車が好きなんじゃ。
With your love of Ferris wheels, I'd say you're a kid on the inside too.
確かにわての心もガキのままなんやと思います。
You got a point there. You're probably right.
今まさに反抗期真っ盛りっちゅう感じでほんま手を焼いとるんです。
He's right in the middle of his rebellious stage, so he's a handful.
3年前からは神さんもおらへんようになってもうて。
His mother hasn't been around for about 3 years now.
離婚したということですか？
Was it a divorce?
ええ、わてに愛想を尽かして出て行ってもうたんですわ。
Yeah, she got sick of me and left the house.
わてが今お笑い芸人をしとるのは知ってまっしゃろ。
You know I'm a comedian now?
せやけど20代の半ばくらいまでは普通に会社員として働いとったんです。
But when I was in my early 20s, I was working as a regular company employee.
その傍らいくつものクイズ番組に出演して何度も優勝を果たして。
I appeared on several quiz shows on the side and ended up winning first place many times.
コメジは学生の頃からクイズ王として有名だったのよ。
Komeiji was famous as a quiz king ever since he was a student.
その界隈ではクイズの神様と呼ばれて崇拝されたりもしてて。
He even had worshippers who lauded him as the quiz god.
今思えばあの頃が人生のピークやったような気がします。
Thinking back, that may have been the peak of my life.
どこに行ってもちやほやされていろんなもんをおごってもろたりもして。
Adored wherever I went, everyone buying all sorts of things.
その時に甘い蜜を吸ってもうたんが良くなかったんでしょうな。
Maybe I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation like I did.
きらびやかな芸能の世界に憧れて
I was so enamored with the glamorous celebrity life.
もともとお笑いも好きだったもんですから芸人の道へ。
I always loved comedy, so I tried to become a comedian.
その後はまあさっきのステージの通りです。
And after that, well, just as you saw on that stage.
なんでお客さんいなかったのかしら。
I wonder why there wasn't an audience.
あんなに面白かったのに。
It was so funny.
ああ、そういやまだ言うてませんでしたね。
Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I?
あの番組のプロデューサーはんわてが昔クイズ王やったことを知っとったみたいで。
The producer for that show knew about me from my Quiz King days.
ほんならいろんなエピソードトークも聞けるやろっちゅうこってわてのところに司会の依頼が。
He thought I could tell all sorts of anecdotes and gave me an offer to host the show.
ああせや
All
あ
right.
ん時はポリコーチームなんて呼んでもうてほんますんませんでしたな。
Sorry for calling you Team Popo back then.
台本にそう書いてあったさかい仕方なく。
It was in the script. Didn't really have a choice. By the way, Iris and Mizuki were called Team Lemniscate, and Moma and Shinpei were called Team Yakuza. I don't know what Popo means. I can see the cityscape out the window. Oh.
すまへんわてには何がなんだかさっぱり。
Sorry, I have no idea what happened.
わてはただ現場に呼ばれて司会をしてそしたらあの死体が突然現れて。
I was just invited there and hosted the show as requested. Then the body suddenly appeared.
被害者の震えのことは？
Did you know Gene the victim?
面識はありません。
I've never met him.
極度のナルシストで自尊心が強く方々から嫌われとったっちゅうのは知っとりますが。
I do know he was hated for his extreme narcissism and ego.
動機は多分怨恨ってやつちゃいますか。
If I had to guess, the motive was probably a grudge.
誰かの恨みを買ってあんなことに。
Someone must have had a grudge against him and did that. Okay, smells like alcohol. So, Komeiji... So, wife divorced him 3 years ago. Which is sort of reminiscent of the first AI game. And 2, no bow tie during the incident. And we know as a woman who was shooting at Mizuki at the beginning, that woman could have been Komeiji's ex-wife. You know, there's no evidence of that. The evidence is we know of a woman and another woman. Gotta connect them. No bow tie during the incident. Smells like...
匂いますか
does it?
ちょっと
A little.
だいぶでしょ。
A lot is more like it.
米地の血中アルコール濃度は 0.12%。酩酊初期と同レベルよ。
Komeiji's blood alcohol level is 0.12%, the early stages of inebriation.
昨べはあんなことがあったもんですからついつい深酒を
I couldn't get over what happened last night. I ended up drinking too much.
何もかも全て忘れたくて飲まずにはおられんかったんですよ
I wanted to forget about everything. I had to drink.
龍騎藩お役に立てなくてほんますんまへんでしたな
Sorry, I couldn't help Mr. Ryuki.
捜査の方頑張ってくださいね応援しとりますさかい
I wish you luck with the investigation. I'm rooting for you.
ほな失礼します
Now, if you'll excuse me. Yes, I could use the map, but while I'm here... There's a spinning airplane ride. Sky Cycle. It's a ride that loops around the rooftop when you use the pedal. Flower bed. Flowers are in bloom. There's a bench. An amusement park ride that shakes when you insert a coin. The gate of the rooftop amusement park. It's a street light. There are a row of vending machines here. Well, we're not playing Control, are we? There's all sorts of arcade games here, like arcade games and games of chance. Like slot machines. Well, let me examine the panda ride. Panda bench. Bench. Light. It's a Ferris wheel. There's a trash can here. Let's stick Tama into it. Stage used for events. Seats for the audience. Okay, it's cursory, but whatever. Let's go to number 3. Oh, I have to click again.
チンペイがあのクイズ番組のディレクター
Wait, you're the director of the quiz show? Shinpei?
ああ、悪いか
You got a problem with that?
いや別に悪くはないけど
No, but
足を洗ったって言ったろ
Told you he got out.
今こいつは堅気として真っ当な生活を送ってる。だよな。
He's making an honest living as a civilian these days, ain't that right?
へい、親分。
That's right, boss.
その呼び方はやめろって。
Stop calling me that.
もうお前は組の人間じゃねえんだからよ。
You're not a member of the gang anymore. Gang member's desk. There are all sorts of things on it. Door. Connection to the next room.
弾を持った竜。まるで私たちみたいね。
A dragon with a golden ball. Gold ball, kind of like us, Ryuki.
ああ、玉と龍騎か。
You're not made of gold, though. Dragon with a golden ball.
ハッキングしてみた？
I hacked into it.
PC の中に鮭の産卵動画がたっぷりと。
There are a ton of videos of salmon laying eggs in there.
まあ、いいんじゃない？
I don't think that's a problem.
趣味は人それぞれだから。
We all have our own interests.
提灯がいっぱい並んでるわね。
There are a lot of lanterns lined up
モ
here.
ーマさんは提灯コレクターなのかもしれないね。
Maybe Momo hung them up.
今なんて？
Wait, who's hung who?
提灯コレクタ
Huh? Moma?
ありがとう。
Moma's hung,
ー。
huh?
何を感謝されたの？
That's not what I said. That's lame. It's Moma's lantern connection. It's a family altar. Kamakura crest. Yeah, I decided to make Tama like just short of Mew levels. The thing with Mew though is that with Mew it was so bad it's good. Right? They pushed it so far that it became funny. Seems like there are files in the shelf. It's a window. It's a chairman's desk. It's a phone on the desk. It's a keyboard for the PC. This is where the chairman sits. It's a chair. Help, I've been flattened.
今、なんか聞こえなかった？
Did you just hear
い
something?
え、何も？
No, nothing.
ええ、一応言っとくが、そいつはフェイクだからな。
Oh, just so you know, that thing's fake.
本物の虎じゃねえぞ。
It's not a real tiger. There's a tiger right on the floor.
ミレド知らん？
Do, re, mi.
ソファーっす。
Sofa. That's very Zero Escape-esque. This door. Partition right in front of the doorway. Lockers lined up on the wall.
今時灰皿が置いてあるなんて時代錯誤も甚だしいわ。
An ashtray in this day and age. How anachronistic is this place?
まるで暴力団の事務所みたい。
It's like a Yakuza den in
い
here.
や、暴力団の事務所だよ。
That's exactly what it is. Ashtray. There's a coffee table. There's a locker by the window. Some sort of permit. There's a piece of paper with some general principles written on it. It reads, "No dating apps allowed." The month's plans are laid out on a whiteboard. 24th, how to go viral on Kicktop Workshop. Really? Okay. It's Chunpei Wagai, former member of the Kamakuras. About why he left
俺
the
の
group.
彼女、今腹の中にガキがいるんだ。
My girl has a baby on the way right now.
で、結婚しようってことになったんだが、相手の親御さんが許してくれなくてな。
So we decided to get married, but her parents wouldn't approve of it.
足を洗わない限り、娘はやらんってさ。
said they wouldn't let me have their daughter unless I got out of the business.
もちろんめちゃくちゃ悩んだよ。
I apologized over the decision.
いつもなら3枚は食べられるはずのピザが2枚しか食べられないくらいに。
So much that I could only eat 2 slices of pizza instead of the usual 3.
だけど男としてはけじめをつけなきゃなんねえだろ。
A man has to do what a man has to do, right?
つうわけで思い切って親分に
So I made up my mind to talk to the boss about it.
相談しようと思ったんだが、その前に
But before I could...
なるほど、わかったよ。
Oh, I get it.
それじゃあ私からモーマさんに頼んでみるね。
Then I'll try asking him for you. Why was he talking to Iris? I know what the game is trying to do. The game is trying to scare the absolute poop out of you about something, but it's like a red herring, so I'm not scared.
でモーマさんは聞き入れたと。
And Moma listened to Iris.
なんだよ。
What?
別に下心があったとかそういうわけじゃねえからな。
I didn't have any ulterior motives, so don't get twisted.
実は俺昔映像系の専門学校に通ってたんだ。 AV 監督になりたくてさ。
I actually used to attend a vocational school to learn about film. I wanted to be a porn director, but instead all I ended up doing was making music videos for Linkin Park.
その時のつてをたどってネット番組の制作会社に。
I used the connections I got there to reach out to the production company for online shows.
そしたらいきなりディレクターに抜擢されて、
Then I was promoted to director right away.
ディレクターの一人がとんずらしちまったとかで、どうしても俺にって。
Supposedly, the last director ran away, so they needed me to take his place. Why was the director one of the contestants?
人が足りなかったからだよ。
We didn't have enough people.
あのクイズ番組には回答者として3組のペアが必要だった。
The quiz show needed 3 teams of 2 to answer questions.
でもそのうちの1組がどうしても見つからなくて。
We tried hard, but couldn't get together that last team.
しょうがねえからこの俺が親分を誘って出ることに。
I had no choice but to participate myself, so I invited the boss to go with me.
モーマさんは承諾したんですか、出演するの。
And Moma agreed to participate?
まあなんだ。
Well, you know.
可愛がってた子分の頼みだからな。
It was a request from one of my precious underlings, after all, even though he wasn't an underling anymore.
本当はアセトンちゃんも出るからって言って口説いたんだよ。
I convinced him by telling him Tessa would be there too.
そしたら2つ返事で快諾を。
Then he agreed right away.
悪いが手がかりになりそうなことは何も。
Sorry, I haven't found anything that might be a lead.
他のスタッフは。
What about the rest of the staff?
多分俺と同じだと思うぜ。
I'll probably tell you the same thing.
他のスタッフへの聞き込みはすでに本庁の刑事が行ってるわ。
The detectives from HQ have already questioned the rest of the
報
staff.
告書はデータベースに上がってる。
The report is uploaded to the database.
手がかりはゼロ。特に有益な情報は何も。
Zero clues. There isn't any information that can help us at all. For now. About the other contestants. The show was supposed to run for 6 hours straight, from 6 to midnight. But it wasn't the same contestants the whole time, and they were supposed to swap out every hour. Our appearance was slated for 9 p.m.
他の回答者のことなんてわかんねえよ。
I wouldn't know anything about the others.
出演者のリストは警察に提出した。一人ずつ当たってみたらどうだ。
I already turned in the list of contestants to the cops. Why don't you try hitting them up one by one?
それもとっくに別の刑事たちがやってる。
The other detectives already took care of that a while
だ
back.
けど同じく手がかりはなし。不審な人物も見つかってないわ。
No clues there either. There haven't been any reports of suspicious individuals. Why'd you come back?
親分に昨日の礼をしに来たんだよ。
I came to say thanks to the boss for yesterday.
これから秋葉に行こうと思ってて、その途中にここがあったから。
I was thinking of going to Akiba, and this place is on the way.
秋葉にはどうして。
Why Akiba?
いや、ちょっとメイドカフェに用があってな。
Well, I might need to stop by a maid cafe.
メイドカフェ？
Maid cafe?
サンポケ。サンフィッシュポケットって名前のメイドカフェだ。
Yeah, it's called Sunfish
そ
Pocket.
の店で俺の彼女が働いてて、
My girlfriend works there. Wait, and she's not your wife yet? So... Wait, so one of the maids is pregnant then? Okay. Why are we on the
さ
show?
っきチンペが言ってたろ。
Didn't I just say so earlier? Oh, it's different if you change the conversation in a different order. Interesting.
要するにそういうことだ。
It is what it is. Why did Shinpei's resignation go smoothly?
ああ、指なんかもらっちゃいねえよ。
Yeah, I didn't take his finger or anything.
円骨目なんて古くせえことうちの組じゃやってねえんだ。
We're not doing any of that outdated cutting off your finger deal.
何しろ熊倉組はホワイトな暴力団だからな。
After all, the Kumakuras are a gang with morals.
ビーガンのゾンビみたいな論理矛盾ね。
Sounds like an oxymoron, like a vegan zombie.
俺もあの事件の犯人には頭にきてるんだ。
I'm angry about the case too.
せっかくゆうべの共演を果たしたってのによ。
That co-appearance was like a dream come true.
その番組を台無しにしやがって。
The whole show was ruined.
たく、犯人の野郎マジで許せないぜ。
I'd love to get my hands on the bastard responsible.
夢の共演というのは？
A dream come
親
true.
分はアセトンちゃんと
The boss and Tessa got
言わんでいい。
Shut it.
とにかくそういうわけで捜査に協力したいのは山々なんだが、
Anyway, I'd love to help you with your investigation and all.
あいにく役に立ちそうな情報は何も。
But unfortunately, I don't have any info that might be useful to you.
何でもいいって言われてもね。
I don't know what to tell you.
例えばスタジオで誰か怪しい人物を目撃したとか。
Did you see any suspicious people hanging around the studio, for example?
怪しい人物。怪しい人物か。
Suspicious people? Maybe the boss?
強いて言うならコメジかな。
I guess the only one who comes to mind is Komeji.
コメジ？コメジって
Komeji, you
う
mean?
ん、番組の司会をしてたアンデス・コメジのことだ。
Yeah, Andes Komeji, the host.
あいつどうやら暴力団とつながりがあるみてえでな。
Supposedly, he has connection to the Yakuza.
もちろんうちの組とは関係ないぜ。
And I'm not talking about our group, of course.
ただ組の幹部連中が集まる会合でそんな噂を聞いたことが。
It's just something that I've heard at a meeting with the street bosses.
なんでもやばい物の取引に関わってるとか。
Word is he's involved in some dangerous transactions.
ま、昨べの事件とは何の関係もねえかもしれねえけどな。
Though that might not have anything to do with last night. Huh.
コメジさんと暴力団につながりが。
Komeji has connections with the Yakuza.
本当かな？
Could it be true?
考えるのは後にしましょう。
Let's figure that out later.
今はそれより情報を集める方が先よ。
We need to gather intel for
わ
now.
かった。
Guys,
それじゃあ別の場所へ。
let's go somewhere else. What does F1 do? Oh, that's just controls. Oh, we can't go back? Okay. It's not like, the places, it's not like, exactly like Ace Attorney. The places will close off. Just talk to Iris. She's a high school student? Uh-oh.
イリスちゃん、具合はどう？
Iris, how are you feeling?
昨べのことまだ引きずってるんじゃ。
Still upset about last night?
大丈夫です。私、立ち直るのが早いタイプなので。
I'm okay. I recover pretty quick from these things.
今はご覧の通り、ぴょんぴょんしてますよ。
See, I'm bouncing right back.
ぴょんぴょん、うさぎがぴょん。ねえ、リュウキ、 彼女にジャーマンスープレックスしてくれない？
Ryuki, would you mind hitting her with a German suplex?
後でね。
Later. She's gonna get kind of that Coco sort
と
of.
ころで君は
By the way, you
彼
are.
女はマメちゃん。私の大親友の一人です。
That is Mame. She's one of my best friends.
はじめまして。私の名前は土井甘め。
Nice to meet you. My name is Amame Doi.
関場女子の高3でイリスちゃんと同じダンス部に所属してる。
I'm a third year at Sekiba High, and I'm in the same dance club as Iris.
めちゃんこキュートでラブリーなハイパーミラクルポンポコピーです。
I'm a super hyper cute miracle beauty.
ユキ、そろそろおいとましましょうか。
Ryuki, I think we should have.
ちょっと待
Hold
って。
on.
ダンス部に。そっか。
Hey, dance club, huh?
あ、今私のレオタード姿想像したでしょ。
Ah, you just pictured me in a leotard, didn't you?
一度とたりとも。
No.
誰かここに変態がいます。警察呼んで。
It's hentai. Someone called the police.
警察ならここにいる。僕は警視庁の。
I am the police.
あ、そういえば夕べのクイズ番組に出てましたね。
Oh, come to think of it, you were on the quiz show last night, weren't you?
名前は確か頭に R がつく。
Your name started with R, I think. Yeah.
レロレロレロ太郎さんでしたっけ？
Mr. Rero Ero Ero Taru, was it?
龍騎だ。
It's Ryuki.
そっか、龍騎レロ太郎さん。
I see, Mr. Ryoki Ero Otaru-san. Okay. Sagan Iris, it will fit in the box, but it's not the exact letter count. It's 5 letters and 4 letters, not 6 letters and 4 letters. Moma doesn't fit at all, actually. And he wouldn't be the culprit, he's too minor a character. Would not fit. Tried Date, didn't work. Wouldn't fit. I mean, technically it would fit. You have to do it to himself, of course. Too long. 8 letters, actually. Has no last name. Wouldn't fit. No last name. Oh, that's a funny one. So you could put in Mizuki Date. Although, it's pretty much impossible for her to be the culprit, though, so... Okay, this is a less important person, so well, we gotta do all the non-persons first. Always do everything covered a couple times.
ここは女子校だもんね。つまり女性としかいない学校ってこと。
This is an all-girls school, so obviously there are only female students.
だからその椅子を撫でたくなる気持ちもわからないでもないけど。
So it's not like I don't understand why you'd want to stroke that chair, but
そんな気持ちになってない。
I do not.
甘めちゃんが突然骸骨に。
Wow, mommy turned into a skeleton.
あなたが X 線モードにしたんでしょ。
It's an X-ray.
それにしても見事な大腿骨ね。
Anyway, the girl does have some nice femurs.
半分に割って中の髄液をジュルジュルとすすりたいわ。
I'd love to get inside those for a taste of the marrow.
どんな発想だよ。
What's wrong with you? Is that okay? Name's Amame Doe. Her friends call her Mame.
私たちの世代で知らない人はいないと思います。
I don't think there's anyone from our generation who doesn't know who he is.
毒舌家って言うんですかね。
He's famous for having a sharp tongue.
全然面白くないコラムとか批評をネット上にたくさん書きまくってて、
He used to write a bunch of completely lame articles and critiques online.
トビッターでもしょうもないうんこみたいな炎上騒ぎを頻繁に起こしたりして。
He used to start up stupid internet drama crap on Twitter too.
甘めの毒もなかなかのものだけど。
Amame is a pretty sharp tongue herself.
本業はミュージックフードの CEO、社長さんってことになるのかな。
His main job was being the CEO of Music Food. I guess that's like the president of the company. No, typically it's not, but they're usually separate people.
確か22歳の時に起業したってウェブの記事で読んだことが。
I think I read the article online that said he started the business when he was 22.
でもそれまでの経歴は謎に包まれていて、生い立ちを知ってる人は誰もいないんだよね。
But his history before then is shrouded in mystery, and no one knows anything about his childhood, right?
うん、かなりミステリアスな人物だったみたいね。
Yeah, he was a pretty mysterious figure. Music Food is a subscription music service. It mainly focuses on Japanese music, so it's not a widely known service worldwide. But they do have 10 million subscribers, so I'm sure they make a good profit.
いわゆるフリーターってやつです。
You could say I'm a part-timer.
うち母子家庭で家計が厳しくて、大学や専門学校に行く余裕は。
It's just me and my mom back home, so money's tight. I don't have time to go to college or a specialty school.
豆ちゃん頭いいのにね。
My mom is so smart.
成績は学年でもトップクラス。授業なんてほとんど出てなかったのに。
She always has the best grades even though she doesn't go to class much.
バイトとダンスの練習で忙しかったから。
I've been busy with my part-time job and dance practice.
バイトは何を？
Where do you work? She works at Sunfish Pocket.
サンポケ、サンフィッシュポケットっていうえげつないメイドカフェでマーメイドをしてます。
I work at as a mermaid in a gaudy maid cafe called Sunfish Pocket.
マーメイドっていうのはそのお店のメイドのことで、
Mermaids are what they call the maids that work there.
人魚をモチーフにした可愛い衣装を着て接客するんですよ。
They wear these cute mermaid outfits as they serve the customers.
私も昔サンポケで働いてたことがあるから知ってるんです。
I know because I used to work at Sunfish Pocket a long time ago.
豆ちゃん、ダンス部の練習が終わってからそのお店で夜も働いてて。
Mommy works there at night after dance practice.
内緒ですけど11時くらいまで。
Don't tell anyone, but until 11.
17歳の時も。
Even when you were 17?
はい16の時からずっと
Yes, ever since I was 16.
労働基準法第61条に反する行為ね。
That's a violation of Article 61 of the Labor Standards Act. He's like, don't tell anyone, but little does she know he has a robot in his eye.
と言っても罰せられるのは雇用主の方だけど。
That would be the employer who would be penalized.
私散歩家の店長さんに嘘の年齢を言ってたんです。
I lied to the manager about my age.
だからプロフィール上は今の私の年齢は20歳ってことに。
So according to my profile, I'm 20 years old right now. Does that reflect in here? No, she hasn't appeared in the profile yet.
"それはちょっと。
That's a bit.
ごめんなさいごめんなさい。お願いだから逮捕しないでけろ。
I'm sorry, please don't arrest me.
私貧しい家族のためにどうしても働かなくちゃいけなくて。
My family is poor, so I need to keep working. Actually, he's abyss, so he doesn't really arrest people. He just kidnaps them with no warrants.
事件のことは知ってます。
I know about the
あの
incident.
クイズ番組の生配信リアルタイムで見てたので。
I was watching the live stream of that quiz show. Okay.
椅子にイリスちゃんが座ってる。
Iris is sitting on a chair.
18歳の子にちゃん付けってなんかちょっとキモくない？
Leering at an 18-year-old, that's a bit creepy, don't you think? You are creepy. Who are you? Who are you to say that?
そんなこと言ったって、さん付けや呼び捨てっていうのもどうかと思うし。
I was not leering.
椅子にイリス君が座ってる。
Iris is sitting on a chair. I have no further commentary.
余計キモくなったからやめて。
Now you're trying too
じゃあ
hard.
なんて言えばいいんだよ。
What do you want me to say? Without a hint of lecherous intent, I am looking at Iris sitting on a chair.
コットコットコットコットコットコット
Clickety clack, clickety clack.
ドイツのじゃがいも煮込んだよ。
I
一
boiled
緒にくっつした煮込んだよ。
I boiled a potato and my socks in a sack.
りゅうきさん
Mr. Ryuki,
どうしたんですか？
are you okay? The song Ryuki was just singing was German Soup Socks, I think. It's a window, okay.
今日は2月11日建国記念日ですよ。
Don't you know today is February 11th, National Foundation Day? Various days that I made up.
ああ、そうだったね。
Oh, right.
じゃあどうして学校に？
Then why are you at school?
なんていうか名残惜しくて。
How do I put this? I just felt compelled. No, you're going to dance practice.
この制服を着てこの学校に来られるのあと1月ぐらいしかないし。
I can only wear this uniform and attend the school for about another month or so.
それで豆ちゃんを誘ってなんとなく。
So I invited Mom May and we just ended up here.
イリスとアマメは高3。そろそろ卒業だもんね。
Iris and Anamame third years, which there's only 3 years in Japan apparently. They'll be graduating soon.
私が所属してる事務所レムニスケートに出演依頼があったんです。
The agency I belong to, Limniscate, received a request from me to appear.
私ともう一人ペアで回答者として出てほしいって。
They wanted me and one more person to participate as a pair.
だけどスケジュールの合う子がどうしても見つからなくて。
But we couldn't find anyone else with an opening in their schedule.
それで仕方なく水木ちゃんが。
That's why Mizuki ended up going instead.
すみません。 何もわからないです。
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about
た
it.
だ何か超常現象みたいなものと関係があるような気はしますけど。
It did feel like some sort of paranormal phenomenon, though.
超常現象？
Paranormal.
昨べも言ったでしょ。
Like I mentioned last night.
あの死体どこか別の世界から瞬間移動してきたんじゃないかって。
Maybe that body teleported from here from some other world.
半分が異次元空間みたいなところに飲み込まれて、それで体が真っ二つに。
The other half could have been absorbed into some other dimension, and that split the body in two. I mean, you're not too far off with the idea.
そういえばあの動画を見ていなくなった人たちも異次元空間に飲み込まれたんじゃないかって噂が。
Speaking of which, there are rumors that people who watched that video and disappeared could have also been swallowed into another dimension. What?
例の QR コードの動画、
That QR code
あれ
video?
と似たような感じの動画が半年ぐらい前に拡散したことがあって、
A similar video went viral about half a year ago.
その動画バッツ490って呼ばれてたんですけど、
The Bats 490 video.
それを見た人たちがある日忽然と姿を消しちゃったみたいで。
Supposedly, people who saw it suddenly vanished.
でその人たち異次元空間に飲み込まれたんじゃないかって言われてるんです。
So they say those who went missing were taken into another dimension. But obviously not every single person who watched it would have vanished because the contents of it is known, right?
はい、
Did you also see Bats 490? Yes.
私も。
So did I.
でも君たちは消えてない。
But you two haven't disappeared.
それは私たちには暗号が解けなかったからですよ。
That's because we haven't decoded it.
バッツ490には難解な暗号が隠されてて、
There's a code hidden inside Bats 490.
その暗号はある特定の地点を示してたみたいで、
They say the code reveals a specific location.
その場所を訪れることで異次元空間に。
You have to go there and get taken to another dimension.
暗号を解いた人はみんなこんな言葉を残して姿を消したって言われてます。
The people who decrypted the code all said the same thing before vanishing.
世界の秘密を知った。
I've learned the secret of the world.
その秘密っていうのが何なのかは誰にもわからないですけど。
But no one knows what that secret is.
ケンちゃん、門の外で待っててって言ったでしょ。
Guinea? I told you to wait for me at the gate, didn't I? Okay, so this is the person who runs the bar.
ああ、ちょっと早く着いてしまって。
Yeah, but I got here a bit early. How do we know he's not the Yakuza guy?
彼の名前は石屋金源。
His name is Gen Ishiyagane.
小金横丁にある無国籍料理店ブラフマンの店主よ。
He's the owner of the fusion restaurant Brahmin in Golden Yokocho and looks to be very good at log press.
って言わなくても分かってると思うけど。
Though I'm sure you already know that.
うん。あの店には何度も世話になってるからね。
Yeah, I've been there many times.
でもゲンさんがどうしてこんなところに。
Why is Gin here?
おや、龍騎さんじゃないですか。
Ah, if it isn't Mr. Ryuhi.
もしかして例の事件の捜査で？
Are you here to investigate that case by any chance?
うん。イリスから話を聞きに来たんだ。
Yes, I was talking to Iris about it.
昨夜のクイズ番組、私も見てましたよ。
I also watched the quiz show last night.
知り合いが何人も出てましたからね。
Several people I know were on it. It's Gin Ishiyagane, the owner of the future, okay?
いつでも来てください。大歓迎ですよ。
You're more than welcome to visit at any time.
ケンちゃんの料理絶品だもんね。
Guinea's cooking is amazing.
ほんと 何を食べても舌がもげちゃうぐらい美味しくて。
Everything he makes is so good my tongue could fall right off.
私の中では松下食堂と一二を争う感じかな。
Personally, I think his place and Matsushita Diner are competing for the #1 spot.
おいおい、あんな店と比べないでほしいな。
Come on now, don't compare my restaurant with a place like that.
先代の武郎さんが包丁を握っていた頃は確かに味は格別だったよ。
The cooking there was superb when Takeru was still the man behind the chef's knife.
だけど今厨房に立ってるのは息子の太田だ。
Now it's his son Ota running things.
あいつは料理のことをまるで分かっちゃいない。
He doesn't know the first thing about cooking.
一番大事な調味料が欠けてるんだ。
His
あい
dishes
つ
are,
の料理には。
his dishes are missing the most important condiment. What, MSG?
ああ、このマスクをかぶってるからですか？
Oh, are you asking because I'm wearing this mask?
大丈夫でしたよ。この学校のセキュリティはガバガバなんです。
It was fine. The security of the school is practically non-existent.
敷地の周囲にはフェンスや監視カメラのないところがいくつもあって。
There are tons of places on the grounds without any fences or security cameras. You realize I'm the cops, don't you?
じゃあ正門から入ってきたわけじゃないんだ。
So you didn't walk in through the front gate?
この格好じゃ無理だろう。警備員に呼び止められてしまうよ。
I couldn't have dressed like this. The guard would have stopped me. There's a reason he always wears the mask. He would scare people if he took it off. I haven't seen it without the mask myself, but that's what he said. But we would learn that he's actually a different character. Supposedly it's something he was born with. He got called a monster when he was a kid. Well, the mask might be worse. So he's kind of like the Phantom of the Opera.
車でアマメとイリスを迎えに来たんです。
I drove here to pick up Amame and Iris.
今夜の営業、2人に手伝ってもらうことになっていて。
I need them to help out at work tonight. Well, don't they have work themselves?
あ、ゲンちゃんごめんね。
Oh, I'm sorry, Genny.
私ちょっと用事ができちゃって。
Something came up.
そうか。
Oh, I see.
でも私の方は大丈夫だから。
I'm free, though.
ちゃんとお手伝いするよ。
So they do work for him, but like for free? I can still help.
そいつは助かる。
That would be great.
二人ともゲンさんと仲がいいんだね。
You two are close with Gin, huh?
ほとんど親子丼みたいな関係で。
Yeah, we're just a big old happy threesome. However, I think hopefully the Japanese word isn't so awkward when you, in Japanese.
丼はいらないと思うけど。
That was a weird way to phrase it. I guess it was awkward in Japanese, or they translated both those lines.
ブラフマンが四谷に会った時からアマメはよく店に来てくれたんです。
Amame visited Brahman a lot, even back when it was in Yotsuya.
で、お店が小金横丁に移転してから私がイリスちゃんを連れてって。
Once I moved to Golden Yokocho, I took Iris there.
龍樹さんもブラフマンに行ったことが？
You've been to Brahman too, Mr. Ryuki?
もちろん何度もあるよ。伊達さんに紹介してもらったんだ。
Of course, I've been there several times. Mr. Date took me there.
伊達さんに？
Date-san?
ってことはゲンちゃんは伊達さんとも知り合いなんだ。
So you know Date-san too, Ginny?
伊達さんとは長い付き合いになる。
I've known him for a long time.
今や尻の穴を見せ合うぐらいの関係さ。
We're so close, we've seen each other's buttholes.
へえ、世の中って狭いね。
The nature, like he has this very like mature voice. The voice actor is very like it's just very mature sounding, right? And then that voice says that. Wow, what a small world.
尻の剣はスルーかよ。
Is she really just gonna ignore the butt part? Yes.
一通り話も聞いたし。
Well, we got enough info here for now.
龍樹、そろそろ行かない？
Yuki, you wanna get going?
そうだね。
Sounds good. Okay, I don't know why it keeps giving me here we go. Well, she would fit. She's short on letters, though. Dislikes left. So is Ota, right? Well, Ota wasn't there, but who are we supposed to talk to? Mizuki is here.
Man,
this sucks.
話だったら昨日舌がもつれるぐらいしたのに。
I already talked my jaw off yesterday.
それは所轄の刑事に対してでしょ。
That was with the local detective, right?
僕はまだ何も聞いてないから。
I haven't heard anything yet.
お姉様、協力して差し上げたら？
Big sis, perhaps you should help them.
お姉様？
Big sis.
私、水木さんのことをそのように呼ばせていただいているのです。
That's just what I call Mizuki. She seems to be wearing a school uniform or something like that.
君は...
And you're a new character, and you are...
お初にお目にかかります。私は、千枝絆と申します。
My name is Kizuna. It's a pleasure to meet you.
どうも、僕は警視庁の...
Hi, I'm from the Metropolitan Police Department.
龍樹さんでしょ？
Ryuki, right?
ゆうべのクイズ番組出てたよね。
You were on that quiz show last night.
突然どうしたの？
What are you doing?
知らないの？
Haven't you heard?
招き猫に向かって猫のモノマネをすると幸せが訪れるんだよ。
If you meow at a lucky cat statue, happiness will come your way.
そうなんだ。
I see.
龍樹、見て、クラゲがいるわ。
Look, Ryuki, a jellyfish.
ただの丸椅子だよね。
It's a stool.
塩、胡椒、七味唐辛子と、それからこれは...
We're gonna find out what's missing. Salt, pepper, spices, and...
オータの黒い汁って書いてあるわね。
It says Ota's black sauce. Okay, black sauce suggests blood sauce, right? There's a mysterious condiment on the table. There's a menu.
シェフのまぐれサラダ?
Chef's choice salad.
運任せってことじゃない？
I guess it's up to luck. There's a menu on the table.
すっごい、みっちり詰まってる。
Wow, it's stuffed so tight.
なんでそんな言い方するの?
Why'd you say it like that? Because she's very, very discount mule. Disposable chopsticks.
キズナッチ、蛍光灯取り替えたくなったらそこのビールケースを重ねて乗るといいよ。
Kizzy, if you want to change the light bulbs or something, you can stack the cases there and stand on top of them. Because it's like we're playing Hello Neighbor or something.
大丈夫です。全くその願望は湧いてこないので。
No, thank you. I have absolutely no desire to do so. Oh, I get it. Okay. There are strips of paper with the menu written on them on the wall. Table. Doorway to diner.
リュウキさん、アセトンちゃんがモルックしてる動画があるんだけど、見る？
Hey Ryuki, there's a video of Tessa playing Molki. Wanna watch?
いや、今はいいかな。
I don't want to know what that is. Maybe later. CRT.
リュウキさん、もしかして興奮してる？
See something you like,
し
Ryuki?
てないです。
No.
そのポスター、1000円で売ってあげるよ。
I'll sell you that poster for 1,000 yen.
いらないです。
That's cheap. And no thank you. It's like 1,000. No, actually, Japanese yen is a currency where you mess with very big numbers. It's a stool, a chair without a backrest. It's a window.
リュウキ、僕のバケツを叩いてって言って。
You want me to smack your butt, Kit, Ryuki? But like you can't because you're just a little eyeball thing.
嫌だ。
No. There's a mop leaning against the table. There's a poster on the wall. Counter. You can see the kitchen on the other side of the counter. Okay. Finally, photos.
みずきちゃん、今日はその椅子座らないの？
Hey Mizuki, isn't that your chair?
このお店って火災保険入ってる？
Hey Ota, does this place have fire insurance? Swing door, refrigerator. Floor cushion, table. Fortune is written in colored paper.
あれと私って似てるわよね。
Well, a date's on the
あれ
calendar.
はカレンダー。私はスレンダ
Why not go on a date with me? Because you're an eyeball
ど
thing.
うでもいい。
Okay, that seems to be all the things. Oh, clock. Not only broken clocks. Okay, let's do the people now. Start with this guy. Space. Just a customer, I guess.
すみません。失礼ですが、お名前は？
I'm sorry, but may I ask your name? Or excuse me. Danger zone in English. There's no response. He seems to be depressed. Okay, he's gonna interject later.
元気8倍ハンパンマン
It's all right now because I am
お
here.
い元気ですか
How are you, young boy?
ー。全く元気じゃなさそうね。
Guess he's not doing too good.
ちょっと話しかけない方がいいんじゃない？
Maybe you shouldn't talk to that
あの
guy.
人酔っ払ってるみたいだし。
He seems pretty drunk.
でも飲んでるのノンアルコールのビールだよ。
He's drinking non-alcoholic beer.
てやんでよバロねえ。
What do you want, jerk?
ノンアルでも酔える人がいるのですね。
I was not aware you could get drunk from non-alcoholic beverages. It's Ota being Ota. I'd like to Ota, because I...
松下太太さんですね。
Are you Mr. Oto Matsushita?
あ、僕のことを知ってるんだ。
Oh, you've heard of me?
もしかして伊達さんから聞いたとか？
Did you talk to Date or something?
まあ、そんなようなもんです。
Yeah, something like that. He's linked to the new Cyclops serial killings. That's how I know his name and
オ
age.
ータの年齢は24。 龍騎より一つ年上なのね。
Ota is 24, 1 year older than you, Ryuki.
だから一応敬語。
Yeah, that's why I'm being polite. Space. Does anyone else work here?
そんなのいるわけないじゃん。
Nah.
調理も接客も会計もウォータンが一人でこなしてるんだよ。
Ota handles the cooking, serving, and accounting all by himself.
まあね。
That's right, which sounds like Monet. And he's gonna end up in some tax issues if this were the United States. Something about Japan, though.
タマ、法的に問題は？
Tama, are there any legal issues with this?
全くないわ。
Not at all.
母親の松下真由美が食品衛生責任者の資格を持ってるから。
His mother, Mayumi Matsushita, holds the proper certification for food hygiene. Yeah, but she has dementia, though.
太田さん、お母さんはどこに？
Mr. Matsushita, can I ask you where your mother is?
多分奥の居間にいると思うよ。
Probably in the living room back there.
こたつに潜り込んでテレビでも見てるんじゃないかな。
I guess she's sitting at the kotatsu watching TV or something. Matsushita Diner was closed for a long time. It recently reopened. They get decent customer traffic and make a pretty good amount of money.
いやー、それにしてもびっくりしたよ。
Man, that was crazy.
さっきも言ったけど、僕あの配信リアタイで見ちゃってたんだよね。
As I said it before, but I was watching that live stream.
番組にアセトンちゃんと水木ちゃんが出るって知ってたからさ。
I heard Tessa and Mizuki were going to be on that show, right?
そしたらいきなりあの死体が。
Then the body appeared out of nowhere.
本当やばいもん見ちゃったよ。
Man, I couldn't believe what I saw.
やばいといえば、あのビューキューブの動画も。
Speaking of crazy, that View Cube video.
あの動画見たんですか？
You saw it?
なんか怖かったから全部は見てないよ。
No, not the whole thing. Too scary.
前のやつなら見たけどね。
I saw the one before, though.
前のやつ。
The one before?
知らない？半年ぐらい前だったかな。
You don't know? It was about half a year ago,
あれと
490.
似たような動画が拡散してネット中で話題になったんだ。
A video similar to that one went viral. Everyone was talking about it online.
あ、それなら私も存じております。
Oh, I know that one as well.
巷にてバッツ490と呼ばれているあの面用な動画のことでしょ？
The mysterious video known as Bats 490, correct?
そうそう。その動画には難解な暗号が隠されてて。
Yep, there was some kind of code hidden in it too.
解くと世界の秘密がわかるとの噂が。
According to the rumors, whoever deciphers it will learn the secret of the world.
世界の秘密って小学生じゃあるまいし。
Secret of the world? Did a grade schooler come up with that or something?
バッツ490、世界の秘密。イリスやアマメが言ってたことと同じね。
Bats 490, Secret of the World. Iris and Amame mention the same thing. I guess if you do this in a different order, when you're talking to Iris and Amame, they say, oh, Ota mentioned the same thing.
その動画、大量のコウモリが飛び交ってるシーンから始まるんだよ。
The video starts with a bunch of bats flying around.
コウモリは英語でバットでしょ？だからバッツ。
I guess that's where the bats part comes from.
490が何なのかはわからないけど。
I don't know what the 490 means though. Well, it's 70 times 7.
太田さんはその暗号。
Were you able to decode it?
解けるわけないじゃん。完全にお手上げだったよ。
No way, I had no idea what it meant.
ま、解けたところで別にって感じだけど。
What's that like solving it would have been a big deal?
世界の秘密なんてわかるわけないし。
I'll bet the secret of the world stuff is bogus anyway.
水木ちゃん、夢のないことは言わないでよ。
Don't ruin the fantasy, Mizuki.
だってそうじゃん。
So Ota just became Ota finally in that last line. I'm just telling it like it is.
あんなのただの ARG。子供騙しのゲームに過ぎないんだから。
It's just an ARG. It's a game for kids.
ARG とはオルタネートリアリティゲーム。
Or
大
MatPat.
体現実ゲームのこと。
I guess you just insulted MatPat. ARG means alternate reality game.
ゲームマスターがネットやチラシ、ポスターなんかで謎めいた情報を公に提示。
The game master releases multiple information to the public via the internet, leaflets, posters, stuff like that.
プレイヤーはそれを解くことでアクセスすべき場所や連絡先、達成すべき行動目標なんかを知ることになる。
Players decode the information to discover a location or objective that moves the game forward.
つまりざっくり言うと、現実とゲームを融合させたもの。それが ARG ってやつよ。
Simply put, an ARG is a fusion of games in real life. The goal of an ARG varies. If someone beats it, they might get a prize, but most times it's just a prank. Oftentimes, the main objective is simply to solve the mystery. Sometimes they're even used as a marketing tool. ARG are progressed by an undefined number of players working together, mainly online. Due to this, it has high potential to spread fast. That makes it very helpful when marketing content. And then we're gonna set this off.
なんだよ突然。もちろんいるけどさ。
That came out of nowhere. Of course I have one. But he doesn't. He's embarrassed to not have one. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm willing to tell you that.
昨日会ったでしょアセトンちゃん。サガン・イリスって女の子。
You met her yesterday, right, Tessa, the girl named Iris Sagan, except she's not your girlfriend.
その下ぶっこ抜いてあげようか。
Ota, do you want me to rip your tongue out?
あ、そうだ。キズナッチは付き合ってる人っているの？
Well, as long as we're all on the subject, are you going out with anyone, Kizzy?
私ですか？
Me?
殿方とのお付き合いなど私には無縁のものでございます。
Such relations with gentlemen are completely foreign to me.
料理が得意な童顔とかタイプじゃない？
Are you into babyface guys that know how to cook?
たく節操ないな。
No shame.
私のタイプはベタすぎて恥ずかしいのですが。
Oh, my type is so stereotypical that I'm embarrassed to admit. He's going to describe Date.
王子様のような個人です。
Someone like Prince Charming.
王子様？
A prince.
私、シンデレラ姫に同型の念を抱いておりまして。
I yearn to be a
い
princess.
つかガラスの靴を持った王子様が私の前に現れはしまいかと。
I hope my Prince Charming will appear before me with the glass slippers someday.
かような夢を抱いているのでございます。
That's my dream.
ガラスの靴。
Glass slipper.
ホタン、あの人知り合い。
Ota, who is that?
知り合いっていうかお客さんだよ。よく来てくれるんだ。
Well, he's a customer. He comes by a lot.
とにかく私、靴というものが大好きなのです。
Well, in any case, I have a great affinity for shoes.
シンデレラ姫に憧れているのも半分はそのせいで。
My admiration of Princess Cinderella comes from that, I'm sure. Except Cinderella is such a simple story, you can't really get much out of it,
ガ
but
ラスの
whatever.
靴、なんだかとても素敵ではないですか？
Glass slippers, isn't that so magical and uncomfortable?
それを履いてダンスを舞うことができたら最高なのですが。
How lovely it would be to dance in them, which should also be loud and uncomfortable.
ガラスの靴じゃ踊りにくいんじゃない？
Wouldn't it be hard to dance in glass slippers?
確かにそうですね。
That's true. Does his dialogue change now? Does he change? Nope. Okay. So Ota's all done. Next person. Next least important. Gets the most important last. You're not gonna x-ray her.
ご明察、よくお分かりになりましたね。
I am indeed. How'd you know?
その制服で。
Your uniform.
もしかして制服マニアってやつ？
Don't tell me you're a uniform buff,
見
Ryuki.
かけによらず変態なんだね龍騎さんって。
I didn't take you for a hentai.
キズナッチはね、イリスやマメちゃんとも仲がいいんだよ。
I'm an Uchikoshi protagonist. This requires me to be somewhat hentai. Kissy is good friends with Iris and Mame too.
あ、マメちゃんのことは知らないか。
Oh, you don't know about Mame, do you?
それってもしかして土井あまめちゃんのこと？
Do you mean Amame Dio? Amame Doi, not Dio. Doi.
うん。
Yeah.
だったら知ってる。さっき石場女子で会ったよ。
Then I do know her. I met her at Sekiba High earlier.
イリスさんとマメさんは私と同じダンス部に所属しているのです。
Iris and Mame belong to the same dance club as I.
その関係で二人からお姉様のことを紹介していただきまして。
It was through them that I was introduced to Big Sis.
もちろんでございます。
Yes, I most certainly do.
下手の横好きというやつですが。
However, I am not very good at it.
そんなことないでしょう。
That's not true.
コンテストで優勝したこともあるんだから。
You even won a dance competition before.
あれはただのまぐれみたいなものですよ。
That was nothing more than a fluke.
私なんかよりイリスさんの方がよほどお上手ですし。
Iris is a far better dancer.
うまく説明できないのですが、
This is a bit difficult to explain.
なんとなく水木さんの佇まいにお姉様っぽい風情を見出しまして。
I just sensed a certain elegance to Mizuki that was characteristic of an elder sister.
そう、それって褒められてるのかな。
Is that a compliment?
タマ、キズナちゃんの年齢は？
Tama, how old is Kizuna?
イリスと同じ18歳。卒業間近の高3よ。
18, same as Iris. They're in the third year, so they're graduating soon.
つまり水木は絆より6歳も年下ってことになるわ。
In other words, Mizuki is a whole 6 years younger than Kizuna. It's like an anti-lolly girl.
あのクイズ番組、私もリアルタイムで拝見しておりました。
I was watching the quiz show live as well.
すると、なんということでしょう。
Thank goodness I couldn't believe it.
突如として画面にあのムクロが現れたではありませんか。
That corpse suddenly appeared on the screen.
昨夜はショックのあまり一睡もできませんでした。
I couldn't sleep last night from the light from the shock of it all.
お姉様やイリスさんのことも心配でしたし。
I was worried about Big Sis and Iris as well.
何度も連絡くれたもんね。
Yeah, you called me a bunch, I remember.
お姉様、あのムクロ直接見てしまわれたんですよね。
You witnessed the corpse with your own eyes, did you not?
本当に大丈夫ですか？
Are you certain you're okay?
全然余裕だし。
I'm totally fine.
見事な精神力ですね。
Your mental fortitude is admirable.
いろんな困難を乗り越えてきたからね。
I've been through a lot is all. Okay, one more character. I saw Mr. Date
そ
earlier.
う。
Huh?
で、
And?
いや、伊達さんは君にとっての養父なわけで、
I mean, Mr. Date is like your foster father.
だから一応報告しておこうかと。
So I thought I'd let you know just in case.
養ってるのは私の方だけどね。
Foster father, I'm the one taking care of him.
家賃も光熱費も支払ってるのは私だし。
I'm paying the rent and utility bills too.
そうなんだ。
Oh.
伊達氏のことなら私も存じております。
Oh, I know of Mr. Date as well.
伊達氏はイリスさんとも親しい間柄。
He is quite close with Iris.
それゆえ私も伊達氏とは懇意にさせていただいており。
So I have the honor of being on friendly terms with him as well. It's like he has a job, right? And he's still not paying the bills. Any clues?
悪いけど何もわからないよ。
Sorry, but I don't know anything.
私とイリスは言われた通り番組に出ただけ。
I just went on the show like Iris asked.
そしたら突然あの死体が現れて。
And then a body showed up out of nowhere.
フルエジンのことは知ってたけど別に面識があったわけでも何でもないし。
I've heard about Jin Furue, but it's not like I knew him personally.
ごめんね、役に立てなくて。
Sorry, I can't really help. Yes, the question you always ask her.
今日は2月11日、建国記念日だよ。
Today is February 11th, National Foundation Day.
ああ、そうだったね。
Oh yeah, it
で
is.
この店にはどうして？
So why are you here?
そんなの決まってるじゃん。オータンの料理を食べに来たんだよ。
Why else? To eat some of Ota's cooking.
友達のキズナッチを誘ってね。
I brought my friend Kizzy with me.
毎度あり
And I appreciate your business. I already heard the details from Iris, but confirming the consistency of testimony is part of my job.
イリスに出演依頼があったの。
Iris had an offer to appear on the show.
で、レムニスのタレントをもう一人連れてきてほしいって言われたんだけど、
So she was asked to bring another talent from Luminoscape,
あい
but
にくスケジュールの合う子がいなくて、しょうがないから私が。
no one could make it, so I decided to go instead.
レムニスの社長として断るわけにはいかなかったんだよ。
As the president of Limnoscape, because you inherited it, didn't you? I couldn't just turn it down. Okay, so that's where she gets her money.
社長 ?12 歳なのに？
President, aren't you 12?
いろいろあってね。私がパパの後を継ぐことになったの。
It's a long story. I ended up taking over the company after Papa. Rinji.
ねえキズ
Rinju.
ナッチ、ダンス見せてよ。
Hey, Kizzy, I want to see you dance.
いきなり何を？
Where'd this come from?
僕も見たいな
I want to see too.
リュウキさんも見たいでしょ？
Don't you want to see too, Ryuki?
うん、
It's
そうだ
a
ね。
little early in the game for this, but decided to replace the dance Iris's dance number with a new one.
私も見せてもらおうかな。
Oh, I've got to see this.
じゃあ僕音楽かけるね。ちょっと待ってて。
I'll play some music just a sec.
いや、勝手に決めないでいただきたいのですが。
Wait, I haven't agreed to anything yet. The old one was actually
君の
better.
名前は知ってる。ジェイダ・キズナちゃんでしょ？
I know your name. You're Kizuna, aren't you?
さっき自己紹介してるのを聞いたんだ。
I heard you introducing yourself earlier.
俺の名前はライアン。ライアン・トワイニング。22歳。
My name is Leon. Leon Twinning. Is there a pun in there somewhere? And I'm 22 years old.
父親はアメリカ人。母親は日本人のダブルだ。
My father's American and my mother is Japanese. Okay, that's what this. So he has like, that's why he has the ceilings on his brow ridges. So let's describe that. Okay.
というわけで、キズナちゃん、
So Kizuna,
俺と結婚してくれ。
I want you to marry me. Huh?
実は昨日仕事をクビになっちまって。
Why are you here? Actually, I got fired yesterday.
朝起きても
何もする気が起きなくて。
I didn't feel like doing anything after I woke up this morning.
焼け酒でもかっくらおうと思ってこの店に。
I came here so I could drink my problems away.
飲んでたのノンアルコールのビールだけど。
But you were drinking non-alcoholic beer.
俺っちはノンアルでも酔えるんだい。
I can still get drunk off of them, okay?
クビになった仕事って？
What job did you get fired from?
銀行員だ。
I was a bank clerk.
本当は
What were you really?
あんま言いたくないんだけど、とある施設の清掃員だよ。
I don't like talking about it, but I was a
立
janitor.
派なお仕事ではないですか。
I think that's a noble job.
だよね。
You're so right.
だけど不運なことにその職は奪われちまった。
But unfortunately, my job was taken from me.
もうやる気ゼロって感じだよ。
I have zero motivation to do anything now.
なんだかまともに働くのがバカバカしく思えてきて。
Hard work just seems so pointless.
私、まともに働いていない人は嫌いです。
I dislike people who don't work hard.
よし、明日からハローワークに通い倒してやるぜ。
Alright, I'm hitting up the employment office
なん
tomorrow.
か単純な男ね。
This guy has a rather one-track mind.
悪い人じゃなさそうだけど。
Doesn't seem all that bad, though. Are you
大
okay?
丈夫なわけないだろう。
No, I'm not okay.
心臓がドドキツカボンズンツカバーンって今にも口から飛び出しそうだ。
My heart feels like a jackhammer. It's gonna burst out of my chest any second.
もちろん冗談なんかじゃないさ。
Of course, this isn't a joke.
キズナちゃんのダンスは俺の心を浄化してくれた。
Izuna's dance purified my
た
heart.
まりに溜まった黒い汚れをきれいさっぱりと洗い流してくれたんだ。
There's so much darkness building inside me, but she cleared it all away.
まるで天にも昇るような気持ちだった。
It felt like I went straight to heaven.
俺小さい頃からパイロットになりたくて空を飛ぶのが夢だったんだよ。
I've always wanted to be a pilot since I was little. It was my dream to fly through the sky.
その夢をキズナちゃんが叶えてくれた。
Izuna made that dream come true for me.
彼女が舞い踊る様を見て俺の魂は空を突き抜け宇宙の彼方へ飛んでいったんだ。
Seeing her dance, it was like my soul pierced the heavens and flew into the stars.
故に俺は決めたのさ。彼女と結婚するってね。
So I decided I'm gonna marry her. With very few people like Larry Butts, it's really hard to pull this off. But anyway, you can just write it in the script and then just written in the script.
な、いいだろ、キスナちゃん。
Won't you marry me, Kizuna?
お断りします。
No, thank you.
というのは聞かなかったことにして。
I'll pretend I didn't hear
お
that.
断りします。
No, thank
と
you.
いうのも聞かなかったことにして。
I'll pretend I didn't hear that
お
either.
断りします。
とにかく俺は諦めないぜ。必ずキズナちゃんを振り向かせてみせる。
Anyway, I won't give up. You'll come around eventually, Kizuna.
何しろ俺の座右の銘は七点抜刀だからな。
My motto is if at first you don't succeed, try and fail again.
七転び八起きだろう。
I think you mean try again.
さてと、あまり有意義な情報は得られなかったけど、ずっとここにいてもしょうがないし。
I didn't get to interact with her, but anyway, we haven't obtained much useful information. There's no point in staying here for too long.
別の場所に行ってみよう。
Yeah, let's go somewhere else. Oh, actually. Is it possible to finish this? Okay. The boss. Why does the car have to be so long? I don't know.
アビスに戻るの？
You're going back to Abyss?
これまでの情報を一旦整理してみようと思ってね。
Yeah, I want to reorganize the information I have so far.
だったらこのリムジンの中ですればいいじゃない。
Why don't you just do it in this limousine?
ああ、そっか。それもそうだね。
Alright, I guess I could. So the only thing I can interact with is Tama, right? Oh, we have to do the...
漢字財菩薩行人般若波羅蜜多事証券豪運海空同一切空役者利子式不意空空不意識式即税空空即税式重創業式薬部尿税者利子税商法空訴不傷不滅不空不上不増不減税国中やてぎゃてはらぎゃてはらそぎゃてぼじそあかはんやしんぎょ
ひえーちゃかし大声を上げるんじゃない
だって突然出てきたからつい
Shut up, stop shouting, but you surprised me.
ヒサロマシンに焼かれて死んだポリス SM 変態ジョッキーの霊でも現れたんじゃないかと
I thought that the ghost of... Yes, sadism and masochism hentai with a police uniform fetish who died in a tanning booth had come to haunt me.
半年前から何度もこの姿を見せてるはずだけど
Well, they didn't have to make the character design that. Haven't I showed you this body many times over the past 6 months?
まだになれないんだよ
I'm still not used to
ぼ
it.
んやりと体が透けてるし左の視界にしか映らないから
Your body is semi-transparent and I can only see it in the left side of my vision.
でどうして出てきたの
So why'd you come
この
out?
方が話しやすいんじゃないかと思ってね
I thought it would be easier to talk to you this way. Huh?
それを突き止めるために今捜査してるんじゃないの
Isn't that what you're investigating for?
そうだけど
Yeah, but
伊達さんやイリスちゃんはこんなことを
remember what Mr. Date and Iris said.
なぜか右半身だけが
For some reason, just the right
ま
half.
るで時空を超えてきたかのように
Like it traveled through time and space.
あの死体どこか別の世界から瞬間移動してきたんじゃないかって
Maybe the body teleported here from some other world.
半分が異次元空間みたいなところに飲み込まれてそれで体が真っ二つに
The other half could have been absorbed into some other dimension, and that split the body in two.
もしかして信じてるの
Don't tell me you believe that.
いやそういうわけじゃないけどさ
No, just
ただなんとなく気になって
for some reason it's stuck in my head.
一言で言うと悪趣味いつ見ても吐き気がするわ
Honestly, it reeks of bad taste. It makes me want to puke just looking at it. Well, maybe this is Date's car. You got a new one or something.
そんなこと言ってると放り出すぞ
Keep talking like that and I'll throw you out the window.
そしたらあなたもおだぶつね
And you'll be goner
こ
too.
の車を運転してるの私なんだから
I'm the one driving the car, you know.
思い切って買い替えたら
Why don't you take the leap and buy a different car? Right now I'm using the car camera to steer the car remotely. I of course control the gas and brakes. I send signals electronically. It's technically a self-driving car. I greatly dislike how in modern cars the throttle valve is not controlled by a cable from the accelerator pedal because it allows the engineers to make really stupid throttle mappings that tend to have dead space at the beginning of the travel and then it suddenly comes on a little bit lower. So you jerk forward suddenly. And if you just don't do that, if you just don't make the throttle mapping customizable, you can't make stupid throttle mappings. And throttle mapping is, you know, I never had throttle mapping be improved by that in any sort of situation. Anyway, and if you don't if you don't automate, if you don't electronically control the throttle valve, then you can't do autonomous features. So I kind of don't like autonomous features for that reason.
それはできないよ。両親の形見みたいなもんだし。
I can't. This car is all I have of my parents.
結城の両親亡くなっちゃったんだっけ？
Your parents passed away, didn't they?
うん。僕が小さい頃、飛行機事故で。
Yeah, an airplane crash when I was young.
それからはずっと弟と二人で生きてきたんだ。
From then on, I was living with my younger brother.
だけどその弟も6年前に。
But 6 years ago, he also. Oh, so 6 years before the 6 years? Okay.
整理するって言っても今のところ役に立ちそうな情報は何も得られてないのよね。
There isn't much useful information to sort out in the first place.
強いて言うなら QR コードのリンク先にあったビューキューブの動画。
If I had to say one thing, it would be the ViewCube video in the QR link, code link. I have to pause right now. Okay, I'm back. I had to step out because I had to fill up the bowel prep for a colonoscopy, which is going to be not fun because I'm going to have to try to convince the nursing staff they don't need to sedate me for something like that. Anyway, if I had to say one thing, it would be the ViewCube video in the QR code link.
ああ、長ったらしくてめんどくさいから以降は QR 動画って呼ぶことにするわね。
By the way, I'm going to cut down on the word salad and call it a QR video from now on.
その QR 動画のことがほんの少しだけ分かったぐらいで。
Oh man, they shaped this container real funny, so it's hard to drink from it. The teeny bit of information we got from the QR video is pretty much all we have.
あ、知らない？半年ぐらい前だったかな。
You don't know? I think it was about half a year ago.
あれと似たような動画が拡散してネット中で話題になったんだ。
A video similar to that one went viral. Everyone was talking about it online.
巷にてバッツ490と呼ばれているあの名誉な動画のことでしょ。
Video was known as Bats 490, correct?
バッツ490には難解な暗号が隠されてて、
There's a code hidden inside Bats 490.
その暗号はある特定の地点を示してたみたいで。
They say the code reveals a specific location.
そこを訪れた人たちが謎の失踪を遂げている。
Everyone who visits that place is said to have gone missing.
世界の秘密を知った、そんな言葉を残して。
They all left behind the same message. I've learned the secret of the world.
ねえタマ、バッツ490のデータネットのどこかに残ってないの？
Hey Tom, is Bats 490 still up anywhere on the internet?
調べてみたわ。これよ。
I looked it up. Here it is.
うーん、何が何だかさっぱりだね。
I have no idea what it's supposed to mean.
暗号が隠されてるって話だったけど、それがどこにあるのかさえわからなかったわ。
They say there's a hidden message inside, but I can't even tell where we're supposed to look. Where did Bats 490 come from?
QR 動画と同じ。
Same as the QR video.
最初はビューキューブ上にアップされて、そこから拡散したみたい。
It was originally uploaded to ViewCube, then it spread from there.
アカウントの登録者は不明よ。
The account holder is unknown.
とにかく 現状での手がかりはバッツ490、それしかない。
In any case, Bats 490 is the only lead we have right now.
その謎を紐解いていけば QR 動画につながるかも。
If we can figure it out, maybe it'll lead to the QR video.
龍騎、電話よ。水木から。
Ryuki, you have a call. It's from Mizuki.
水木ちゃんから。
Mizuki?
つなぐわね。
I'm connecting her.
ああ、龍騎さん。ボスから番号を聞いてかけたんだけど。
Ryuki, I got your number from boss.
どうしたの？
What is it?
バッツ490について一つ思い出したことがあって。
Oh, how convenient. I remembered something about Bats 490.
もしかしたら何かの手がかりになるんじゃないかと。
I thought maybe it could lead to a clue.
思い出したことって？
What did you remember?
実はね、私の学校の同じクラスに解いた子がいるの。
Someone in my class at school actually figured it out.
バッツ490の暗号を。
He decoded the hidden message in Bats 490.
え？
He did.
名前はエンダ・ショーマ。
His name is Shoma Inda.
何か知ってるかもしれないから会ってみたら。
He might know something, so I would go find him. Sounds like the next person we're gonna sync with.
それじゃあね。
Anyway, see ya.
エンダって確か。
Shoma, isn't that
アンデスコメジの。
Andes Komeiji? Could talk to the sun.
しょうまくん、昨べの事件のことは知ってるよね。
Shoma, you know what happened last night, right?
看板に記されていた QR コード。そのリンク先には動画があった。
The QR code displayed on that sign. There was a link in it leading to a video.
僕らは QR 動画って呼んでるんだけど、
We're calling it the QR video.
その動画のことで話を聞きに来たんだ。
I wanted to talk to you about it.
いくつか質問させてもらってもいいかな？
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Shoma is working on something in silence. What are you making?
何を作ってるの？もしかして爆弾だったり？
Don't tell me it's a bomb.
念のため確認するけど、君の父親はアンデス・コメジさん。
Just to confirm, your father is Andes Komeiji.
本名、円田米春さんってことで間違いないね。
His real name is Yoneharu Enda, is that right? Oh, to pick the right thing. About Mizuki.
水木ちゃんと同じ小学校なんだって。
I heard you went to the same elementary school as Mizuki.
実は彼女から君のことを聞いて。
She's actually the one who told me about you.
バッツ490って動画のことを知ってるよね。
You know about the video called Bats 490, right?
QR 動画とその動画には何か関係があるような気がするんだ。
I have a feeling it's related to the QR video somehow.
君、バッツ490の暗号解いたんだろ？
You solved the code in Bats 490, didn't you?
それはある地点を示していた。
And it
違
showed
うかな？
and it showed you a certain location, am I right?
完全にガン無視ね。
He's completely ignoring you.
ヘッドホンつけてるからかな？
Maybe it's because he's wearing
いえ、
headphones.
それはないわ。音が出てないから。
No, that's not it. There's no sound coming from
き
them.
っと心の低層体にがっちりと鍵がかかっちゃってるのよ。
The chastity belt on his heart must be locked tightly.
どんな例えだよ。
What kind of metaphor is that?
その鍵を開けない限り、彼の喉は拝めそうもないわ。
You won't be able to see his uvula unless you open that lock.
翻訳すると、心の扉を開かない限り、彼は何も喋らないだろうってことだね。
So what you mean is he probably won't speak unless you can find the key to his heart, I'm
こ
guessing.
の部屋のどこかに鍵があるかも。まずはそれを探しましょう。
There might be a key somewhere in this room. Let's find it.
心の扉を開くための鍵か。
A key to open the lock on his heart.
話しかけても無駄だと思うわ。
It's no use talking to him, I think.
その前に低層体の鍵を探さないと。
You'll have to find the key to his chastity belt first. Okay. Refrigerator. Closet.
なんだろうあれ。
What is that?
ロボットみたいね。
It looks like a robot.
検索したけど市販されてるものではなさそうよ。
I tried searching, but it looks like it's not commercially available.
自作のロボットか。
A homemade robot, huh?
ねえ、しょうまくん。押し入れの中のロボット、見せてくれないかな。
Hey Shoma, would you mind showing me the robot in your closet?
なんで知ってるの？
How do you know about that?
ああ、それはその。
Oh, well,
コメジから聞いたことに。
tell me you heard it from Komeiji.
そう、コメジさんから聞いたんだ。
I heard it from Komeiji-san.
父さんから？
From my dad?
うんうん。
That's
わ
right.
かったよ。
Okay, then.
それじゃあちょっとだけね。
Just for a bit, okay? Oops, I hit the microphone.
それ、君が作ったの？
You made that?
ロボタのこと？うん。
Yeah, I call it Robota.
一人で？
All by yourself.
そうだよ。
Uh-huh. Sodeo.
秋葉にジャンクパーツのショップがあるんだけど、そこを回っていろいろと部品をかき集めて。
There's a junk shop in Akiba. I get all the parts there. I got all the parts there.
このロボットを見ての通り、タイヤが一つしかついてないんだ。
This robot only has one tire.
ジャイロで姿勢を制御してるんだよ。
It uses a gyro to keep its balance.
そこのところを調整するのが本当に難しくて。
Fine-tuning it is really hard. Is that a puppet for the quiz? It's an old-fashioned chest of drawers. Toolbox.
古いものね。クイズ王の記念品みたい。
It's odd. Looks like a memento for the Quiz King. It's the Quiz King trophy. It's a toy robot.
日本神話に登場する女神。雨の薄めの御事の絵ね。
A picture of Ame no Uzumi, a goddess from Japanese mythology.
芸事や笑いの神様らしいわ。
Apparently, she's the goddess of entertainment and laughter. Picture of Ame no Uzume on display. TV stand.
上についてるの、なんだろう。
What is that on top?
土器みたいに見えるわね。何かの装置かしら。
Looks like earthenware. Maybe it's some sort of device.
ブラウン管式のテレビだけど、デジタル放送って見れるのかな？
It's a CRT TV, but do you think it can pick up digital broadcasts?
専用のチューナーを使えば一応。
It could with a dedicated tuner. Or tuner. Tumor. CRT TV is a strange protrusion on top. It's the answer button for the quiz. Greenery of the garden can be seen out the window.
コメジさんが書いた詩かな。
Is this poem written by Komeji?
向かなくたっていいじゃないか。インゲンだものって書いてある。
It says it's okay to fall off the horse. You are a saddle after all.
え、これ感動するやつなの？
Wait, this is supposed to be touching? It's a poem that was probably written by Komeji.
タマの笑いの沸点ってヘリウム並みに低いよね。
You laugh more often than you breathe. It's a family altar. There's a squeaky toy hammer here. A folding fan for slapstick comedy. Okay.
すごいじゃないか。
That's incredible.
一人で作るなんて大したもんだ。
I'm impressed you made it all by yourself.
どうやら鍵は開いたみたいね。
Looks like the lock has opened.
そうだね。
Looks like it. Oh. What are those headphones
集
for?
中力を高めるためにつけてるんだ。
I put them on so I can concentrate better.
だけど何も再生されてないんだよね。
But you're not listening to music, are you?
ノイズキャンセリング機能だけオンになってるんだよ。
I only turn on the noise canceling.
今走り回ってるロボットのパーツさ。
One of the parts for Robota, the robot running around.
ちょっと改良しようと思ってね。
I want to upgrade it.
僕ぐらいの体重のものでも運べるようにしようかと。
I'm trying to make it so it can carry my weight.
エンデオネハルは僕の父さんだよ。
Yeah, Andes Komeji is my dad.
でもごめん、
But, sorry,
父さんのことはあまり話したくないんだ。
I don't really want to talk about him.
どうして？
Why not?
どうしてってそれは。
Well, because...
そんなことどうだっていいだろ。
Why does it matter?
ちょっと龍騎、そんなこと子供に聞くようなことじゃないわ。
Ryuki, you can't ask things like that to a child.
そっか、そうだよね。
You're probably right. About Mizuki.
ただのクラスメートだよ。
She's just a classmate.
別に仲がいいってわけじゃないし、あんまり話したこともない。
We're not friends or anything. I don't talk to her much.
本当はもっと話したいとか。
Do you wish you could talk to her more?
何言ってるんだよ。そんなこと思ってるわけないだろ。
And of course
あ
not.
んなに可愛いのに。
Even though she's cute.
可愛くなんかないよ、あんなブス。
That Ugo, she's not cute at all.
太陽の上昇を確認。明らかに嘘をついてるわ。
His temperature is rising. That was clearly a lie.
見なくてもわかるって。
Yeah, I can tell.
しといたよ。
Oh, whoops. Now, I think it's about time to get back to why I'm here. I
太
solved
陽
it.
の上昇を確認。
バッツ490の暗号、確かに僕は解いたんだ。
The Bats 490 code, I solved it.
どうやって？
How?
これから僕出かけなきゃいけなくて、
I have to go soon.
だから手短に話すけど、
So I'll tell you the short version.
わかった。それじゃあ答えだけを教えてくれ。
That's fine, please just tell me.
動画の暗号はある地点を示していた。
The video's hidden message
そうだね。
point... The video's hidden message pointed to a certain location, right? Yeah.
その場所は
Where is that?
ホラ剣だよ。
Horadori Lab. Is that where the prototype sync machine was?
ホラドリ遺伝子研究所。
The Horadori Institute of Genetics. Wait, Lieblich Pharmaceuticals? It's not a pharmaceutical company, but we're going close. We're getting close to that route.
昨べの件はニュースで知りました。
Oh dear, I heard about it last night on the news.
いやはや、それにしても前代未聞の怪事件ですな。
Truly unprecedented. What a mystery case.
私はこの研究所の所長をしているホラドリチカラと申します。
I am Chikara Horadori, the director of this research institute.
年齢は60歳。去年還暦を迎えたみたいよ。
He hasn't retired yet. His 60th birthday was last year. Window. Whoops. Clicked off. Okay. It's the door.
すみません。あの像は一体。
Excuse me, what is that statue?
ああ、あれはここの研究理念の象徴です。
That's the symbol of our research philosophy here.
話すと長くなりますから、またの機会に。
It would take a while to explain, so perhaps another time. There's a mysterious statue inside the Research Institute for some reason. Is that Hippocrates? It's a desk. It's a chair. It's more like a lab stool. Don't let me click on the computers. It's a flask.
龍騎、あの試験管の液体飲んでみて。
Ryuki, would you drink that fluid inside the test tube?
絶対嫌だよ。
Absolutely not.
なんで？もしかしたら超人的な能力が発現するかも。
Why not? You might develop superpowers. You might get gene doped.
その代わり緑色の巨大なマッチョになったらどうする？
What if I turned into a giant green muscular freak? That's what she means, exactly.
最高じゃない？
That would be awesome. Test tube full of some sort of fluid. I'd rather die than drink it. Are you sure? What if it was what would save your life? Medicine bottle. It's a binder organizing documents. It's PC monitor. Robotic arm. The researcher wearing a typical protective garb.
Looks
like a grotesque monster might be trapped
グ
inside.
ロテスクなものは割と好きよ。
I actually like grotesque things, like a bunch of copies of Snoke.
知ってる。
Yeah, I know. A pod is filled with dubious liquid. This is the antidermis right here. There's a monitor embedded in the pillar. Oh, let's... Okay, I think I got it all. About... This is...
ここでは主にゲノム編集による遺伝子治療について研究を行っています。
We mainly conduct research on gene therapy through genome editing here, even though that's what gene therapy is, so you're being redundant. You do CRISPR.
ゲノム編集のことはご存知ですかな？
Are you familiar with genome editing or gene doping?
V 特異的ヌクレアーゼ。今主流になっているのはクリスパーキャス9と呼ばれる人工制限酵素なんだけど。
Site-specific nucleases, an artificial restriction enzyme known as CRISPR-Cas9, is commonplace these days.
それを用いて DNA の任意の塩基配列を切断、置換、結合する技術のことよ。
Genome editing is a technique that uses this enzyme to splice, replace, and bind any base sequence of DNA. I don't understand that at all.
要するに DNA を書き換える技術のことですね。
In other words, it's a technology that rewrites DNA.
その通り。
Indeed.
我々は去年パージと呼ばれる画期的なゲノム編集の手法を開発しました。
Last year we developed a revolutionary genome editing method we called Purge.
これにより今まで治療が困難とされていた遺伝的な病。
With this, genetic diseases that were previously too difficult to treat.
例えば重度の先天性心疾患なども治せるように。
For example, severe congenital heart diseases are now curable.
さらにそれだけではありません。
But that's not all.
パージを使えば理論上不老不死も可能に。
In theory, even using Purge, even immortality is achievable. Okay, so this is basically they invented what was supposed to be a naturally occurring Cure syndrome in the lab. Just goes into, it's like a check another box on the Uchikoshi bingo card. Immortality.
不死身の体になるという意味ではないですよ。
Oh, but I don't mean your body will be invincible.
外傷や毒物の摂取、ウイルスの感染等によって死ぬことはあるでしょう。
Death can still occur via trauma, ingesting poison, viral infections, this sort of thing. What does make you impervious to those too?
ただ寿命によって亡くなることはないという意味です。
However, it can make death due to old age a thing of the past.
パージを使えばそれが可能に？
Can Purge really do that?
全身の DNA を書き換えることで体の老化を抑制し、永遠に若さを保ち続けることが。
Indeed, the body's deterioration due to aging can be prevented by rewriting all of its DNA, maintaining a permanent state of youth.
もっともまだ実験段階で証明されたわけではないですが。
However, this has not been proven. It is still in its experimental stage.
しかし、いずれ近いうちに必ず実証されるはずです。
But it won't be long until our hypothesis is substantiated.
人類が何千年も前から追い求めてきた究極の夢、それが間もなく実現する。
The ultimate dream that humanity has been yearning for thousands of years. It will soon become a reality.
どうです？素晴らしいと思いませんか？
What do you think? Isn't that wonderful? Yes, but I know someone who doesn't think it's wonderful. About Jin.
どういう人物かは知っていますが、会ったことはありません。
I know him, but I haven't met him in person.
彼に関する記事をネットで何度か読んだことがある程度です。
I've only read some articles about him online.
彼は音楽配信会社の CEO。私は遺伝子研究所の所長。
He's the CEO of a music distribution company. I am the director of a genetics research institute.
何の接点もありませんよ。
We have nothing in common. About the QR video.
ああ、ニュースで言ってましたな。
It was mentioned in the news.
ただ、動画自体は放送されなかったので、見てはいません。
But the video itself wasn't broadcasted, so I haven't seen it.
では、バッツ490については？
Then you don't know about Bats 490?
何ですか、それは。
What is that?
QR 動画と類似した動画のことです。
It is a video that's very similar to the QR video.
さあ、聞いたこともありませんな。
I've never heard of it.
実はここに来たのは、その動画についてお尋ねしようと思ったからなんです。
I actually came here to ask you about it specifically.
動画には暗号が隠されていて、それがこの研究所を示していたとの情報が。
There's a hidden code in the video, and I've heard it points to this research institute.
一体何のことやらさっぱり。
I have no idea what you're talking about.
誰かが適当なことを言ったのでは。
Perhaps someone just made it up. It's Chikara, the director of the research institute.
震えの死亡推定時刻ね。
Jin's estimated time of
自
death.
宅のベッドでぐっすり眠っていましたよ。
I was sleeping in my bed at home.
老人の朝は早いと言いますが、私に関しては全く。
They say seniors are early to rise, but that's not true at all in my case.
まだまだ若い証拠ですかな。
Perhaps that means I'm still young.
どなたか証明できる人は？
Is there anyone who could back your story?
まさか私を疑ってるんですか？
Don't tell me I'm a suspect.
これも仕事なもので。
I'm just doing my job.
ああ、このセリフ一度言ってみたかったんだよね。
I've always wanted to say
よ
that.
かったわね、夢が叶って。
Good for you, your dream come true.
私は今独り身でしてね。残念ながら家には誰も。
I live alone now, unfortunately. There's no one with me at home.
ホラドリは6年前に離婚してるわ。
Chikara got divorced 6 years ago when he was 54, so it's kind of like a Leonard Nimoy kind of thing, maybe.
子供は娘が1人。年齢は32歳。
As for children, he has one daughter. She is 32 years old.
その娘とかつての妻は、現在イタリアで暮らしてる。
His daughter and ex-wife are currently living in Italy. Both of them, even though she's 34, she was 28 when the divorce happened.
いずれにせよ、ホラドリのアリバイを証明できる人間はいないってわけだ。
In other words, there's no one who can corroborate Chikara's alibi.
そうなるわね。
That's right.
ねえ、リュウキ。ホラドリの様子、なんかおかしいと思わない？
Ryuki, don't you think there's something off about Chikara?
そうかな。
You think so?
あんた、 本当に鈍いわね。
You really are dense.
溶岩ピン抜きゲームの主人公並みの鈍さだわ。
You're dense enough to be the target audience for mobile game ads. They're gonna reference, what is it? Hero Wars. Yeah, mobile games can be fun. Most of the time, though, they take you to a page to try to force you to download a different game. It's kinda like advertising fraud. That's where like the actual game doesn't contain the thing that attracted you to it in the first place in the ad. Let's thermo him.
これは
Huh?
体温が異常に高いでしょ。
His temperature is abnormally high, isn't it? Or maybe he just has like the flu or something.
インフルエンザかな。
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he has the influenza.
内側から眉毛全部抜いてやろうか？
Don't make me pluck out your eyebrows from the inside.
ホラドリは動揺してるってこと？
Do you think he's upset about something?
多分ね。
Probably.
リュウキ、確かめてみましょう。彼が隠し事をしているかどうか。
Yuki, let's find out if he's hiding
ウ
something.
ィンクシンクか。
Wink sync?
やってみよ
Yeah, let's give it a shot. Let's wink sync him, whatever that is. I gotta be wary of a quick time event here. Oh, 6 seconds.
う。こいつ。
Oh, this guy.
ウィンクシンクは通常のシンクの簡易版。
Wink sync is a specified version of syncing. Simplified version of syncing.
夢の中を見るってことに変わりはないわ。
I hit the mic again, but you're still taking a look inside their dreams.
夢は本人の記憶によって構成されるもの。
And dreams are made from
だ
memories.
から知らないはずのものが出てくるはずはないんだ。
So there shouldn't be anything in there that he doesn't know about.
つまり、
You're saying
ホラドリはバッツ490を知っている。
Shikara knows about Bats 490.
さっき言ってたのは嘘だったんだ。
He was lying to us earlier.
ホラドリさん、署までご同行いただけないですか？
Wink syncing is a simpler version of syncing. From the AI ball, me, a strong magnetic wave is shot out to the sync subject. This temporarily numbs the subject's brain and puts their brain into a fox sleep state and induces a dream. By analyzing the faint brain waves emitting during this, we can see parts of the dream. It's not a clear image, but by any means, to investigate more thoroughly, a regular sync needs to be performed. A wink sync can only be performed once a day because of the high amount of power required. I would need to recharge before performing it again. Personally, I don't like it because of the power consumption. Mr. Shikara, can you accompany me to the station?
もう少し詳しく話を伺わせていただきたいんです。
Why? I'd like to speak to you in more detail.
無論、断ることもできますが。
You do have the right to decline, of course.
わかりました。行きましょう。
Oh, at least he says he has the right to decline, but he's not going to just be spoken to at the station. That's the issue. Okay, examine everything again. Binder.
龍騎、この事件が解決したら私の椅子にしてあげるわね。
Ryuki, I'll let you be my chair once this case is solved.
いや、それはいいかな。
No, I'm okay. Excuse me. Could you go buy some soy sauce for me?
今なんか聞こえたような。
I thought I just heard something.
ああ、掃除のおばちゃんでしょ。
Oh, you mean the cleaning lady?
なんだ、掃除のおばちゃんか。
Oh, it's just the cleaning lady.
え?
Wait, what? Okay, computer.
タマから報告は受けてるよ。
I got Tama's report.
事件解決の糸口になりそうなのは QR 動画。
QR video seems to be the key to solving this case.
それと類似したバッツ490って動画にホラドリが関係していると。
And she believes Shikara is linked to the Bats 490 video, which has striking similarity.
最強に怪しいわね。きっとあいつが犯人よ。
He's extremely suspicious. He must be the culprit.
それは短絡的に過ぎると思いますが。
I think it's a bit early for that conclusion.
だってあいつ動画のこと知らないって言ってたんでしょ。
But you said you didn't know about the video, right?
嘘つきは泥棒の始まりだし、泥棒は殺人犯の始まりなのよ。
If he's willing to lie about one thing, he's willing to lie about everything.
相変わらず無茶苦茶ですね。
I think that's a bit unreasonable. Now, do we have a profile on him yet? Okay, his name is way too long to fit into that enter box on the culprit, so we know he's not the culprit at least.
ああ、その件については僕は管轄外なんだ。
That's outside my jurisdiction.
だから詳しいことはよくわからないんだけど。
So I don't know much about it, but
今担当者が必死になって修復してると思うよ。
I'm sure the person in charge is desperately trying to fix it as we speak.
じきに治るんじゃないかな。
It should be fixed soon.
なんでそんなこと聞くんだい？
Why do you ask?
僕はアビスのエンジニアだよ。ここにいるのはいつものことじゃないか。
I am the engineer of Abyss. Of course, I'm always here.
そうですけど、実は前から気になってたことが。
Yeah, but I've been wondering about something.
ピュータさんって去年の11月に
In November of last year,
第二サイクロ事件に関連して懲戒免職になったはずよね。
you were dishonorably discharged for reasons related to the new Cyclops serial killings, weren't you? Yeah, he broke Renji out of the interrogation room because Renji was his lover.
警察の内部情報をリーク。おまけに犯人の逃亡も幇助したから。
You leaked internal police information, not to mention you aided a criminal in his escape.
私が裏で手を回したのよ。
I made some arrangements behind the scenes.
ピュータはアビスにとって必要な人間。豚箱に入れておくわけにはいかなかったの。
Pewter is a crucial part of Abyss. I couldn't let them lock him up.
そんなことできるんですか？
You can do that?
普通はできないわ。
Normally.
でも私なら。
No, but in this case.
ボスは司法、行政、立法府。すべての権力者の弱みを握ってるからね。
Hit the microphone yet again there. I'm gonna move the microphone a little bit to my left so that it happens less. But that might make my voice fainter. Boss has dirt on members of the executive, judicial, and legislative branches of the government.
ボスには本当に感謝してます。
I am truly grateful to you, boss.
お礼なんていいわ。ここで馬車馬のように働いてくれれば。
No need to thank me. You just need to be a good little workhorse.
あとそれから種馬のようなイケメンも紹介してね。
Oh, it'd be great if you could introduce me to some good-looking studs while you're at it.
1ダースほど。
I know about a dozen.
頼んだわよ。
I'm counting on you.
アビスってなんか怖い。
Abyss is kind of scary.
そういう組織よ。あなたも早く慣れなさい。
You get used to it. Where's Dante?
さあ知らないわ。
Why isn't he doing this? Who knows?
龍樹くんが捜査に向かってから彼もすぐに出て行って。
He went off somewhere right after you left.
今頃中目黒のキャバクラで乳首当てゲームでもしてるんじゃないかな。
He's probably playing the nipple guessing game at some cabaret club at Nakamejuro right about now.
今は休暇中だし、思いっきり羽を伸ばしてると思うよ。
He's on vacation, so I'm sure he's taking a load off while he can.
鼻の下もね。
Oh, he's taking a load off, alright. That was a stretch. The nipple game is a game in which a man asks a woman to guess where their nipple is while their shirt is on. Even if it's a guy asking a girl to do it, it's kinda problematic. If you say so. Right,
ホラ
Shikara.
ドリにはいつもの薬を投与して眠ってもらってるわ。
I gave Shikara the usual medicine to put him to sleep.
そんなことして大丈夫なんですか？
Are you sure that's okay?
というと
What do you mean?
法的に問題があるんじゃ。
I mean, maybe there are legality issues.
ああ、その辺のことは心配しないで。
Oh, don't worry about that. We don't respect anybody's like autonomy here at Abyss. We just run roughshod over everybody. Long-term side effects from psychoactive substances, we don't care.
上の人間がちゃちゃっと処理してくれるから。
The higher ups will take care of it for me.
さてと、それじゃあそろそろ始めましょうか。
I feel like I was gypped out of the ability to pick a certain selection, but whatever. In any case, shall we get started?
龍樹くん、
Ryuki,
ホラドリに
you know what to do.
シンクして。
Sync with him.
「龍樹くん、君がシンクするのはこれが初めてじゃない。
Ryuki, this isn't your first time syncing.
この半年の間に君は何度もソムニウム世界に潜ってる。
You've delved into Somnium many times in the past 6 months.
だから言わなくても分かってると思うけど、
So I'm sure you know without me telling you, but
ソムニウム内の滞在時間は6分が限界。
I can only stay in Somnium for 6 minutes.
大丈夫です。しっかりと把握してますよ。
It's alright, I know.
よし、それじゃ行こう。
Okay then, let's begin.
.何なんだここは。
Okay, what is this place?
一昔前のしょぼい CG で構成されたみたいな。
It looks like something made by an older generation of CG technology.
新技術というだけでチヤホヤされていた頃のなんだかよくわからない雰囲気の。
Back when it was still hyped up as groundbreaking, huh? Well, there's a bunch of halved people. Okay.
今人の姿が見えなかった。
Hey, did you see someone just
な
now?
んだか怪しいわね。
Looks suspicious.
とりあえずそこの人に聞き込みでもしてみようか。
Why don't we ask that person about it?
そこの人？
Who?
体のもう半分はどうしたんですかとか聞きたいことたくさんあるでしょ。
You must have a lot of questions like, what happened to your other half?
別にないわよ。
Not really.
歩きづらそうですねとかベンチプレスやりにくくないですかとかさ。
Must be hard to walk. Bench pressing must be tough too.
いや、だってこれ
You really want me to ask about that stuff?
ほら早く
Yeah, do it.
ベンチプレスやりにくくないですか？
Hey, isn't bench pressing kinda hard?
うわー何石像に話しかけてんの
Hey, why are you talking to a statue?
うっざなんなのよこの時間
Stop it, Ryuki. Stop wasting my time.
ソムニウム世界には6分間しかいられないんだからね
I can only be in Somnium for 6 minutes and my hair is clipping through my outfit. Oh.
まずいまずいまずいまずい。このままでは非常にまずい。
Mashi! This is getting out of hand.
あれはホラ鳥タマ急いで向かって
That's Chikara. Tama, follow him.
This is 私の天才的な処理能力を司る左脳。
On this side, my genius left brain, harnessing my processing power.
This is 私のジーニアスなイマジネーションを司る右脳。
On this side, my brilliant right brain, within which my creativity is boundless.
頭脳を模したこの研究所のレイアウトが私にさらなるインスピレーションをもたらす。
The very layout of this facility itself, mimicking my brain, will serve as an inspiration for my masterpiece.
何が行われてるんだ
What's going on here?
うかつに近づけないわ
I need to be careful. I can't get too close. Now this.
バイオニックボディーズアクシデンタルバイオロジー人体創造プログラムだ。
Bionic Body's Accidental Biology. The Bionic Body Creation Program.
バイオなんだって
Bio what?
BBAB
BBAB.
理論を司る左脳とイマジネーションを増幅させる右脳。
The logical center of the left brain and the creative center of the right brain.
別々の個体を合わせることで超人を作り上げるのですね。
By creative combining them, I can create a superhuman. But don't humans already have them combined already?
よっ
Ah,
これで一安心ですね。バレたくないんです、あの件は。
ooh, I wouldn't want that getting out.
それではもうお会いしませんように。グッドバイ。
I hope I never see you again. Goodbye.
あ逃げた
Oh, he ran
っ
off.
ていうか夢の中のホラ鳥のテンションやばいわね
Shikara in his dream world is just as bonkers as he is in real life.
この部屋には入られたくないみたいだね
Looks like he doesn't want anyone in this room.
そうねこうして構成意識体が扉の前に湧いてるわけだし
Yeah, you can tell by his conscious antibody in front of the door.
構成意識体
Conscious antibody?
シンク対象者が持つ警戒心が具現化したものよ
They're an embodiment of a sync subject's caution.
対象者が強く秘匿したがってる情報にアクセスしようとすると
When you try to access information about the psyche is trying to hide,
シナプスを過剰に刺激してしまうの
it overstimulates the synapse.
その影響でノルアドレナリンが大量に分泌されて構成意識体のような像をソムニウム内に生み出すのよ
That makes the body emit a ton of norepinephrine. Or norepinephrine, which creates a conscious antibody within the somnium.
その構成意識体がいるとどうなるの
What does this conscious antibody do?
あいつの股間の周りに触れたら死ぬみたいなことが書いてあるでしょ
You see, it says instant death on his crotch there.
私があいつに触れるとシンクシステムの情報伝達に遅延が発生してしまうの
If I touch him, a massive delay spike will occur in the sync information transfer system.
つまり
Which means
あいつに触れたらソムニウム世界での活動時間がゴリゴリと削られてしまうってことよ
touch him and our available time in Somnium drops like crazy.
なるほど
Got it.
だけど触れると死ぬ仁王立ちマンをどかさないと奥の部屋に入れないけど
But how do we get into the room without getting past our do not touch power stance man friend here?
そうね どうにかあの構成意識体を除去しないといけないわ。
Well, we just need to get rid of the conscious antibodies somehow.
もしかしてホラドリが操作してたあの装置を使えば触れると死ぬ仁王立ちマンを。
What if we use that device that Shakira was using to move instant death power stance man?
いや、触れると死ぬ仁王立ちマンって何？
I'm sorry, instant death power stance man?
わかりやすいかなと思って。
I thought it was a pretty appropriate name for him.
まあ、なんでもいいわ。
Anyway,
先にあの装置を見てみましょう。
let's check the device first.
電源が落とされてるみたい。
Looks like the power is out.
じゃあまずはこの装置を起動してみようか。
Let's start by activating the device.
そうね。じゃあ行くわよ。
Yeah, let's go.
ソムニウムスキャン開始。
Okay, so right half is 1, left half is 2, colorful left half is 3, the computer is 4. Nefarious Institute. Uncover the secret Shikara is hiding. There's no doubt Shikara is hiding something. Open the doors to expose what he's hiding.
そこの扉のロックが外れてるようね。その先に電源の落ちた石像があるみたい。
The lock on that door is open. Past that is a stone statue with no power.
電源？石像に？
Power on a stone statue?
コラドリのソムニウム世界ではそういうものなのよ。
This is
理屈は
Shakira's.
深く考えなくていいわ。
This is Shikara's Somnium. You don't have to think about the
とり
logic.
あえずあの部屋の扉。その先にある石像を目指しましょう。
Anyway, that door. Let's head past it to the stone statue. Use the blank. Join the blank. And create the blank. Okay. Okay, so let's go right to the door as she suggests.
この扉は開いてるわね。
This door is open.
そもそもこれは扉なの？ペラッペラだけど。
Is it even a door? It's so thin.
そういう世界観なのよ。気にせず行くわよ。
That's just how it is in this world. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
横なんだ。ずれる方向。
Oh, it moves sideways.
着いたわね。
We're here.
あれが電源の落ちた石像だね。近づいて調べてみよう。
That's the stone statue without power. Let's get closer and check it. Use the machine in the center, join the two stone statues, and create transcendental superhuman. Okay, I don't see any secret eyeballs. We could go this way though.
武藤ってこの石像が電源のスイッチなのかな？
On and off. Is this the switch for the statue?
これどうやって電源を入れるの？
How do we turn this on?
その辺をまさぐってみたら？
Why don't we feel around that area?
その辺って？
What area?
タマが思う通りにやってみるといいんじゃないかな。
Whatever feels right, Tama. Okay.
ロボットアーム制御 PC が起動しました。
The robot arm control PC has been activated. Cool. Oh my goodness. Activate right front temporal lobe statue. Okay, so that's the left one.
電源が入った。タマすごいな。
It's right from my perspective, but the perspective of the statue, it's the left. So the right one's the other one. It's on. You're amazing, Tama.
Not available の石像が起動しましたって。 切れてるのか入ってるのかどっちなのよ。
It says not available. Stone statue activated. Wait, so is it on or off?
この調子でいろんな石像のスイッチを入れていけばいいのかな。
Maybe you need to flip the switches for all the statues.
そうね。ソムニウムスキャンの結果、他の小部屋にも石像があることは分かってるし。
Right, according to the Somnium scan, there are multiple statues.
でも今は一旦あの装置に戻ってみましょう。
But let's head back to the device first.
ところでどうしてあそこがスイッチだって分かったの？
How do you know there was a switch there?
ねえ、どうしてあそこが？
How'd you know?
あの装置に戻るわよ。
Let's go back to the device.
あ、待って。この部屋から向こうの小部屋にも移動できそうじゃない？
Wait, can't we go to the other small room from this room?
どうやってここから移動するのよ。高すぎるし、私がジャンプしても届かないわ。
How would you do that? It's too high. I can't jump that. Blank human your powers. You can blank to blank if you wanted to. Okay, so that's enough. We gotta move.
ここは通れるわね。行きましょう。
We can go through here. Let's go. And then I need to find something that allows us to move that pathway, which I presume is going to be the terminal. Robot arm control PC. Map. Oh, there's the gap, right? So we'd want to go here. Oh, but we can't get behind that door, can we? Okay, we'll have to interact with this then.
BBAB アクティベート中。
BBAB activated.
「この実験では左右それぞれに設定した職能を掛け合わせることで新しい人類を創造できます。
In this experiment, you can combine two different brains with different functions to create a new human life form.
実験を開始できます。左側の職能を選択してください。
Beginning experiment, please select left brain function.
左側と右側を選んで、ホラドリがやってたみたいにくっつければいいのね。
We just need to choose the left and right brain and combine them like Shikara did.
何が選べるの？
What can we choose from?
左側はマサイ族の戦士、漁師、NA。右側は宇宙飛行士と考古学者ね。
Left, Maasai warrior fisherman, NA. Right side was astronaut and archaeologist.
左と右の職能を掛け合わせると、それぞれの特性を併せ持った新しい人類が生まれるらしいけど。
We can combine different brain functions of the left and right brains and create a new human with characteristics from both.
さっきのホラドリは何か力を得ているみたいだった。
It seems like Shikara used that to gain some kind of power earlier.
つまり新しい人類を生み出すっていうのは何か超人的な能力を自分に付与するってことなのかも。
So creating a new human means gaining some kind of superhuman ability.
その能力をこの装置で選択するのね。
And you select that power on this?
あ、そういえばさっきの小部屋の隣に別の部屋が見えたよね。
I remember seeing another room next to the small room we were in earlier.
高くて離れた位置にあったから行けなかったけど。
Yeah, it was too high and I couldn't reach.
じゃああの部屋に移動できる能力をこの装置で作り出せないかな。
Maybe we can give you a power that'll help you get there.
試してみる価値はあるわね。
Worth a shot.
実験を開始できます。左側の職能を選択してください。
あの部屋は高くて離れてた。
The room was high and far. I didn't actually read the line. Beginning experiment, please select a left brain function.
なら その間を移動するために必要な職能を掛け合わせれば。
By combining two brain functions, that'll allow us to move that distance.
どうするの龍騎。
What do you choose, Ryuki? What's a Na? Maasai Warrior?
右側の職能を選択してください。
Please select the right brain function. Astronaut.
左、マサイ族の戦士。
There's Maasai Warrior.
右、宇宙飛行士が選択されました。
Right, astronaut.
実験を開始します。
何
What's going on?
実験が成功しました。
Or what? Experiment
やっ
successful.
ぱそうなっちゃうんだ。
Just like I expected.
マサイ族の脚力に宇宙飛行士の大気圏突破のイメージが合わさり、超人的な脚力を獲得しました。
Combined a Maasai warrior's leg strength and the atmosphere-piercing power of an astronaut to get superhuman leg strength.
タマ、大丈夫？
Tama, are you okay?
なんかゾワッとする。
I have goosebumps.
すごい脚力を得たって言ってたけど。
It says you gained superhuman leg
も
strength.
しかしてこの能力でさっきの部屋を移動できるんじゃない？
Maybe we can get to that room using that power.
そうかもしれない。行ってみよう。
That might be it. Let's give it a shot.
この扉はロックがかかってないわ。
This door isn't locked.
じゃあ行ってみよう。
Let's go. Okay. Here we are. Proceed 10 seconds.
それじゃ行ってみよ
Alright, let's go.
わかったわ。せーの。
Okay, ready?
う。おお。
Wow. And we got it all the
飛
way
んだ。
up.
実験成功ですね。ホラドリ感激エクスタシー。
The experiment worked. Oh, happy Chikara.
ホラドリ氏、エピジェネティックエクスタシー状態でございます。
Chikara Horadori has done it again. Oh, the epigenetic ecstasy.
なんだこれ。何を見せられてるんだ？
What are we even watching right now?
キモい。
You.
高い脚力を持つ DNA をイマジネーションで刺激することで塩基配列にわずかな変化が。このわずかな変化が全体に波及することでテロメアの限界を超えたというわけですね。このシミュレーション世界なら何でもできます。何をやっても許されます。なんて素晴らしい世界なんでしょうね。
うまくいったってことでいいのかな。
うまくいくたびにキモいおっさんが昇天しながら絡み合う映像を見せられるの。
Okay, somehow got autoed by accident. So, by stimulating the DNA corresponding to high leg strength through imagination, it caused a slight transformation in the base sequence. This small change has allowed for surpassing limits of telomeres, which makes no sense. We can do anything in the simulation world. There are no limits. What a wonderful world. I guess things worked out. So every time we do something right, we have to watch this creepy old dude ascend into the sky.
混ざりたい？
You wanna join?
誰が？
No.
龍騎くん、残り5分よ。
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes left. Okay, so this is the other half. Gotta use this driver to drive the car, I presume. But I have to interact with the driver first.
電源の入ってない石像ね。
Stone statue without
起動
power.
して。
Activate it.
この石像はレーサーね。
This stone statue is a racer.
レーサーか。100分の1秒を争う繊細な技術を持ってそうだね。
If they mean an auto sport driver, those guys are incredibly skilled. They have to make split-second decisions.
運転だけじゃなくていろんなことに対応できそうね。
That skill has been beneficial in other areas than driving too.
ちょうどそこに車もあるしね。
Not to mention there's a car right there.
なるほど。運転技術をそのまま使う感じなのね。
I see, using the driving skill.
でもそこに罠って書いてあるし、運転技術だけじゃ難しいのかも。
But look, that says trap. Driving skill alone might not be enough.
罠をかいくぐれそうな職能を合わせればいけるかしら。
Maybe we can combine it with a brain function that's good at avoiding traps.
そんなのあったかな。
I don't remember seeing anything like
一
that.
旦中央の部屋に戻りましょう。
Anyway, let's head back to the central room. Super reaction by the person trapped by blank. Sixth, no, seventh sense. Those who traverse blank experience it. Reaction. Okay. So back to central. Move.
この扉開いてるね。
The door is open.
中央の部屋に行けるのかしら。
I wonder if we can go to the central
行ってみ
room.
よう。
Let's find out.
着いたわ。
We're here.
こっち側からも開けられるようになったみたいだね。
Looks like we can open it from this side now.
実験を開始できます。左側の職能を選択してください。
さっきの車と、あとは罠をどうするかだね。
The car from earlier and what to do about the trap.
ちょうどいいのあるかしら。
What do you think fits best? Well, the racer first, right?
右側の職能を選択してください。
Please select the right brain function. There's only one choice, the archaeologist.
左、レーサ
Left,
ー。
racer.
右、考古学者が選択されました。
Oh, avoiding traps. So like an Indiana Jones like archaeologist. Okay. Right, archaeologist selected.
実験を開始します。
Starting experiment.
.実験が成功しました。
Experiment successful.
レーサーの運転技術に考古学者の罠回避センスのイメージが合わさり、
Combined a racer's driving skill with an archaeologist's knack for dodging traps
映画の主人公のような超人的な運転技術を獲得しました。
to gain movie protagonist's superhuman driving skills.
ああ、やっぱりジョーンズ博士的な。
Guess it's time for love, Dr. Jones.
それで罠をかいくぐれるわけね。
That should help us dodge any traps.
発想が古いな。最近はスポーツカーと原子力潜水艦が戦うのに。
That's so antiquated. Nowadays, sports cars go up against nuclear submarines.
ホラドリのセンスってことでしょ。
Oh well, this is Chikara's preference.
さあ、車があった部屋に戻ってみましょう。
Now, let's go back to the room with the
さ
car.
っき通ってきた通路から行けるかな。
Think we can get there from the passage we came from?
そうね。そこから直接行けるはずよ。
Yeah, that should lead there directly. Okay. I haven't seen any bonus eyeballs anywhere. Guess that's why they're bonus. Okay, where's that door? There it is.
ここは通れるわね。行きましょう。
We can go through here. Let's go. Okay, let's do it. Proceed.
じゃ、乗って。
Alright, get in.
罠でも何でも私が華麗に回避してみせるわ。
I'll avoid any traps with elegance and grace.
何
What?
お
罠ってこの程度なの？この程度なら私だけでも。
タマ、後ろ後ろ。
後ろ？うわー！ちょっと待って、やだ、もう無理。
おいタマ、道が
道が何よ？
道がないんだよ。
どうすんのよ。
Guess Michiga means road.
踏んで。
誰よ？
落ち着いてアクセルを踏むんだよ。
アクセル？はい。うわ
実験成功ですね。ホラドリ感激エクスタシー。
The experiment worked. Oh, happy, happy Shikara.
ホラドリ氏エピジェネティックエクスタシー状態でございます。
Shikara Horadori has done it again. Oh, the epigenetic ecstasy.
左右の脳をつなぐ能量はまさにエキゾチックな古代遺跡。
The corpus colossum is here, represented by a treacherous ancient ruin.
複雑怪奇なこの通路をつなぐための理論が今まさに完成しましたね。
The theory that links this complex and bizarre passage is now complete.
しかしそんなことは理論上不可能なはず。
But this should be theoretically impossible.
いや、この世界に不可能はない。
No, there is no impossible in this world.
とにかくこれは良くない。良くないですね。
No, this is not good. Not good indeed.
ホラドリ、キモい。
Shikara, you.
ご褒美ムービーみたいな感じだと思い込めばいいんじゃない？
Why don't you think of some kind of reward cutscene?
思い込まなきゃいけない時点でそれはもうご褒美じゃないのよ。
The fact that I have to force myself to think that already makes it not a reward.
残り4分を切ったわ。
4 minutes now. Okay, activate right temporal lobe statue. Here we are. Just activate it, right?
電源を入れよ
う。Let's turn it on.
はいはい。
Got it. Really simple Somnium. There's no like timies or anything yet. The gambler. Okay. Activate their stone statue.
この石像はギャンブラーね。
The stone statue is a gambler.
肝が座ってるみたいな感じなのかな。
I guess that means they have guts.
このギャンブラーは勝負強さに定評があるらしいわよ。
So this gambler is known for winning bets when the chips are down.
ここ一番で当てられるって感じかな。
That must mean they can win the big ones without flinching.
じゃあ中央の部屋に戻りましょう。
Now let's head back to the central room. Don't look for it, blank. You can get a blank. Blank can be blank by a person. Well, that's hard to figure out. Okay.
ここは通れるわね。行きましょう。
Go through here, let's go. Oh.
ホラドリでございます。
It's me, Shikara.
なんだ突然。
What?
よくないですね。よくないですよ。このままではよくないんですね。
This is no good, no good, no good at all.
はいはいはいはい。
Okay, hi means yes.
さあ、実証です。
Now, let's test this.
ホラドリの脳再抽選。
Shikara's right brain reselected.
なんだそりゃ。
What's happening?
部屋が飛んでいっちゃったじゃない。
The room flew away.
実験成功ですね。ホラドリ感激エクスタシー。
The experiment worked. Oh, happy, happy Shikara.
ホラドリ氏エピジェネティックエクスタシー状態でございます。
Shikara Horadori has done it again. Oh, the epigenetic ecstasy.
右脳再抽選とは、私が誰にも見られたくない過去を葬るための試みなんですね。
This right brain reselection is a function that blows away my past. The past I don't want anyone to see.
私の右脳はこれからシャッフルされます。
My right brain can be shuffled back into the deck.
さよなら、さよなら、さよなら。私の見られたくない記憶。
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. 3 times forbidden memories.
どうすんのよこれ。
What are you gonna do?
車で通路を移動した後、ホラドリのやつ、
When we drove through the passageway, Shikara said,
理論上不可能とか、これは良くないとかって言ってたけど、
theoretically impossible and not good.
もしかすると僕たちの行動はホラドリにとっては想定外なんじゃない？
So maybe we did something he wasn't expecting.
今までみたいにあの掛け合わせる装置で活路が見出せるかもしれない。
If we use the device to combine the 2 different brain functions, we might be able to find a way.
ホラドリの右脳再抽選とやらを阻止できれば、あの部屋に行けるかも。
If we prevent Shikara from using his right brain reselection thing, we might be able to make it to the room.
自分で見られたくない過去って言ってたしね。
You said something about a memory he doesn't want to be seen. When we drove to the... Okay. So maybe we did something else. If we use the device to combine 2 different brain functions, we might be able to find a way. Okay. If we can prevent Shikara from using his right brain reselection thing. Okay, so we're going to use his right brain, right?
でもどうやってホラドリの企みを阻止するの？
Yeah, but how will we stop Shikara?
さっき飛んでいった部屋に隠し事があったはず。あれを引き戻せれば。
There is something hidden in the room we were in earlier. It could be... if only we could pull it back somehow.
また発想の飛躍が必要ね。
We need a big idea here. There was something hidden in the room we were in earlier. If only we could pull it back somehow. Okay.
実験を開始できます。左側の食脳を選択してください。
Beginning experiment, please select the left brain function.
右側の食脳を選択してください。
Please select the right brain function. Gambler.
左 NA
Left
右
NA.
ギャンブラーが選択されました。
Right gambler.
実験を開始します。
Oh wait, fisherman. It maybe should have been fisherman. Oh no. Oh, right.
エラー。
エラーだって。
It's an error.
NA は職業じゃないし、ダメみたいね。
Guess NA isn't a job.
何に使うんだろう。
Wonder what it's for.
結局どれを選べばよかったの？
What were you supposed to choose?
飛んでいった部屋をこっちに呼び戻したいから、
But I want to get back the room that flew away,
じ
so
ゃあ戻すとか引き寄せるとか
yeah.
そういうイメージの職業を選べばいいってこと？
I'm an idiot. Something that's good at casting and pulling.
そういうことだろうね。
Yeah, that sounds
例に
right.
よって発想を飛躍させて狙ったものを引く、あの職業を試してみよ
Thinking outside the box a little, what's the skill that's good at getting something far away and reeling it in? That was moronic. I should have been able to do that the first time.
う。部屋を戻す。
狙った
そっか、あれで飛び去った部屋を引き当てれば。
For some reason I wasn't reading those. Okay, we can aim for and pull the room that flew away.
実験を開始できます。左側の職能を選択してください。
Beginning experiment, please select the left brain function. Fisherman,
右側の職能を選択してください。
please select the right brain function. Gambler.
左、漁師、
Left, fisherman.
右、ギャンブラーが選択されました。
Right, gambler.
実験を開始します。
Starting experiment. Oh,
実験が成功しました。
experiment successful.
漁師のマグロ漁で鍛えた引き上げ技術にギャンブラーの的中力のイメージが合わさり、
Combine the tuna fisherman's pulling skill and a gambler's ability to make the right
超
choice
人的な引き当て能力を獲得しました。
to obtain superhuman luck.
引き当て能力。これでいけるかしら？
Luck? Is this gonna do anything? We're getting doggone role playing here. Well, try it.
飛んでいった部屋を一本釣りだ。
Let's fish back the room that flew away.
どう手応えは？
How's it going? I just realized I am not Nagito.
なんか引っかかったわ。
I think I hit something.
それだ。思い切り一本釣りするんだ。
That must be it. Reel it in. Grr. Ah.
実験成功ですね。ホラドリ感激エクスタシー。
The experiment worked. And this rhymes in Japanese. Oh, happy, happy Shikara.
ホラドリ氏エピジェネティックエクスタシー状態でございます。
Shikara Horadori has done it again. Oh, the epigenetic ecstasy.
すでに私の見られたくない記憶のシャッフルは完了して。
Oh, the memory I want to leave behind has already been shuffled, hey?
この記憶もダメですね。デリートしたと思ったのに。
Oh, this memory is no good either. I thought I deleted it.
ダメですダメです。このまま不老不死の実験に成功されたら記憶がバレ。
No, no, if you succeed with the eternal youth experiment, my memory will be discovered.
さよなら、さよなら、さよなら。
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
ホラドリの記憶は何かにすり替えられてしまったみたいね。
Chikara's memory was replaced with something else.
でも別の見られたくない記憶に変わっただけみたいだよ。
But it got replaced with another memory he didn't once see.
調べる価値はあると思う。
It might be worth looking into.
ホラドリは不老不死の実験に成功されたらその記憶がバレるって言ってたわね。
Chikara said that if the eternal youth experiment is successful, his memory will be discovered.
ってことはあの装置で不老不死の能力を完成させれば。
So if we complete the research on that
あ
device,
の触れると死ぬ仁王立ちマンを倒して奥の部屋に入れるかもしれないわね。
we might be able to defeat instant death power stance man over there and get into the room he's guarding.
あの石像なんかおかしいよね。
That stone statue is a little different.
そうね、ちょっと違うわね。行ってみましょう。
Yeah, you're right. Let's go. Why is this so like... Yeah, why is this so like trivialized? Did I accidentally have it on easy mode or something?
この石像ってもしかして。
That statue has
ホラ鳥の顔が雑に貼ってあるわね。
Chikara's face has hastily slapped on.
ホラ鳥はパージによって不老不死の体も作れるみたいなことを言ってたよね。
Chikara said that using Purge we can recreate an ageless and undying body.
じゃあこの石像を使えば。
But if we use the stone
電
statue,
源を入れて。
turn it on.
やだ。
Oh no.
なんで？
What's the problem?
顔があると。ちょっと。本当に電源入れる？
Seeing this face, are you sure about turning it on?
ここまでかなりの時間を使ってるし、他に手はないんだよ。
We invested too much already. There's no other way.
もう、わかったわよ。
Fine. Okay. Okay. Uncover Chikara's secret.
ああ、ホラ鳥の顔がついてるから股間をまさぐるのが嫌だったんだね。
Oh, you didn't want to touch the crotch because of Chikara's face, huh? My theory is almost complete. The creator of a man who blank is blank. Huh.
3分切ったわよ、龍騎くん。集中して。
3 minutes left, Ryuki. Okay. Cover Chikara's secret. Okay, it gets hard here. So we go back to where we were.
歴史上最も偉大な発見をした天才的な科学者であり、遺伝子工学の超権威。
The highest authority on DNA engineering. The greatest, most genius scientist ever, of all time.
神羅万象の法則さえ意のままに操ることから神の父として崇められている。
It is said he can control the rules of reality itself and is looked up on as the father of God.
へえ、そうなんだ。
Wow, really?
そんなわけないでしょ。何が崇められているよ。
Now no one looks up to this guy.
気持ち悪い。
Disgusting. My theory is almost complete. The creator of a man who transcends death. Is... Huh. So all we can do is inspect.
Software 開発時にプログラムの不具合などをチェックするもので QA やテスターとも呼ばれる。
These people look for bugs during software development. They are called QA or testers, quality assurance or
クリ
testers.
ティカルな不具合から細かな誤作動まで確実に発見していくスキルを持つ。
They have the skill to find critical bugs as well as minor mistakes.
その細やかなチェック能力から一部では生体マシンとも呼ばれている。
Some people call them organic machines for how good their review skills are.
壁にずっとぶつかり続けたり、同じ手順を何度も繰り返したりするんだよね。
Aren't they the people that walk into walls over and over to break the game and all that?
ものすごく根気がいるのよね。AI の私ですら尊敬に値する作業よ。
They do need a lot of perseverance. I'm an AI and even I respect them.
おかしな場所があったらすぐに発見してくれそうだけど。
Well, if there's something off, they might be able to find it.
この空間はおかしなところだらけだし。
Everything about this place is off. Huh.
「主にケニアやタンザニアに暮らす伝統的な遊牧民族であるマサイ族の戦士。
A warrior of the Maasai tribe, a nomadic tribe which predominantly live in Kenya and Tasmania.
槍や体術を使った戦闘に長けており、ライオンなどの猛獣とも対等に渡り合う戦闘力を持つ。
They have great physical ability and are skilled with spears. They are capable of fighting wild beasts like lions.
マサイ族の戦士の中では、誰よりも高く飛べる者に敬意が払われる。
Among Maasai warriors, those who jump the highest receive the greatest prize.
ジャンプ力に定評があるのは有名だね。
They are famous for their jumping skills.
槍か素手でライオンを倒せるって相当強いのね。
If they can beat a lion with spears in their bare hands, they must be really strong. To the sky. Human, your powers. You can blank to blank if you wanted to. My theory is almost complete. The creator of a man who transcends death is me.
Umi や川で魚を取る漁業をなりわいとする者。
Those who catch fish in bodies of water such as oceans or rivers.
魚の生態などに関する知識が豊富で、魚を釣り上げるための様々な技術を持っている。
They are knowledgeable about the ecology of fish and have many skills that aid them in catching their target.
ほぼ毎日海に出るため、操船技術も高く、強靭な肉体も持ち合わせている。
They go out to the ocean pretty much every day, have incredible navigating skills and a sturdy body.
海の民ってやつだ。
Sea peoples.
それは紀元前1200年頃に
You mean the guy from 1200 AD?
地中海周辺の国家を滅ぼして回ったけど、正体が今一つ分かってない人たちでしょ。
Supposedly they're wiped out by a rival Mediterranean kingdom. Not much is known about them.
Huh?
Don't look for it. Do it. You can get a jackpot. Luck can be harnessed by any person.
あと2分しかないわ。龍樹くん、急ぎなさい。
Okay, where's the gambler? Oops.
「現在の能力は
Current ability is
左、漁師、右、ギャンブラー。
that does nothing. It's completely pointless.
「不老不死の能力をこれで作れたら良さそうだけど。
It'd be nice to create eternal youth and life.
それだけじゃなくて、触れると死ぬ仁王立ちマンも排除できるやつね。
Something that will let us get rid of instant power death stance man over there.
実験を開始できます。左側の職能を選択してください。
Left brain function.
「右側の職能を
Shikara.
左、マサイ族の戦士。
Oh, it should be NA and
右、
Shikara.
実験を開始します。
だこれ。
実験が成功しました。
What to make?
マサイ族の戦士の戦闘能力にボラドリの遺伝子工学に関する頭脳が合わさり、
Combine Maasai warrior's battle skill and Shikara's genetic engineering
不老
knowledge
不死の戦士が生まれました。
to create an undying and unaging warrior.
ホラドリって装置には呼び捨てにされてるんだ。
I don't know why that's correct. I kind of just guessed wildly. Funny that the machine. I don't know if it's correct yet. We'll have to see. machine is on a first name basis with
こ
Chikara.
れでやっと触れると死ぬ仁王立ちマンをぶっ飛ばせるわね。
Now we can finally beat up instant power death stance man.
そうだね。行ってみよう。
Alright, let's go. 10 eyeballs.
行けタマ。
行くわよ。
Go Tama, let's go.
今ね。
Now,
やったわ。
we did it.
実験成功ですね。ホラドリ感激エクスタシー。
The experiment worked. Oh, happy, Chikara.
人間は死ぬべきではない。死んでしまうなんてもったいない。
Why should humans die? What a waste it is to perish.
実験結果は素晴らしい。ですが、
The research results are splendid, but
今じゃない。今じゃないんですよ。
now is not the time. Not now, not now.
ホラドリにまた変なことされたら時間がいくらあっても足りない。
Chikara gets in our way again. No amount of time is enough time.
行こ
Let's go. Okay, it's the only interaction. Activate.
この石像がホラドリの隠したい記憶。
This stone statue is Shikara's memory that doesn't want to be seen.
とりあえず
Turn it on.
9の石像みたいだけど。
A 9 stone statue.
9ローマ数字で9。
Q, meaning 9 in Roman numerals.
9が何なのかしら。
What is the significance of 9? Well, it's just to do with digital roots and stuff.
9人と不倫してるとか。
Maybe he has 9 mistresses.
9人から訴えられてるんじゃない？
Or maybe he's being sued by 9 people.
もしかしてこの石像、いやこの職能を使うのかな。
This stone statue, maybe we use a brain function again.
なるほどね。中央の装置に戻ってみる？
Can we go back to the should we go back to the central device?
そうしよう。
Let's do it. Move.
ここは通れるわね。行きましょう。
Let's go through here. Let's go.
残り1分よ。
1 minute left.
何と何を組み合わせればいいか決まった？
Do you decide which two brain functions you will combine? Yeah, this
こ
should
れ
do
で
it.
何か。
実験を開始できます。右側の食
9. Oh, 9 is complete. Well, I'll do it
左
anyway.
両肢右実験を開始します。
This probably won't work. What do you combine with 9?
またこれ。
This
エ
again.
ラー
Oh,
エラーか。
9っていうのがよくわからないわね。
what is 9?
9に適合するものが何かある気がするんだけど。
Something has to pair up with this 9. Okay, 46 seconds left.
実験を開始で
さっきの9と組み合わせるもの。そ
Combining
れは
combining with the 9 from earlier, that's... Okay, it wasn't fisherman, so let's try
右側の食能を
9.
左 NA
Left is NA.
9実験を開始します。
Oh.
実験が成功しました。
So we're successful. Nice laws.
ナイカトロッツ
NA と Q。
Oh.
龍騎、これって。
ああバッツ490
That's 490. Link between Knights, the Knives, and Bats 490. That wasn't hard. Should check the difficulty level. Ought to know, Ryuki Chapter 1. Nice Japan branch.
ようこそお越しくださいました。
Okay, so I guess this is where I will
私
save
は
the game.
ナイカトロッズ日本支部の主催、しぐれときこと申します。
夜分にすみません。僕は警視庁の
Why can't I stop
龍
this?
騎さんですね。そこにいる秘書の菩提から話は聞いています。
Well, I can't get the backlog in here either. Okay, this is the problem with skipping this text. Sorry about that. At least it's on video. Mr. Ryuki, is it? Mamoru, my secretary, has already informed me.
古江仁殺害の件で話を聞きに来たとか。
I heard you've come to ask about Jin Furue's murder. This is the president's office on the top floor of the building containing the Japanese branch of Nizet laws, commonly known as Nize. When I slept with Shikara earlier, Tama and I saw something in his Somnium. Someone who looked like they were in Nize was making the Bats 490 video. That is why we ended up here. We came to the president's office to talk to the top level of Nize. Okay. Now can I backlog it? Okay, welcome. I am the president of Japanese Nizet Laws branch, Tokiko Shigure. Won't fit in the box, though. I apologize for visiting so late at night. I'm from the Metropolitan Police Department. Mr. Ryuki, is it? Mamoru, my secretary, has already informed me. Okay. Oh, I hit the mic. Okay. Menu. File. Oops. Save. Yes. Data saved. I always forget what this is. Oh. Yuki outfit, Ryuki Yuki outfit, cat ears. Okay, let's get the flowchart. Oh, okay. No branch at this Somnium, you just go straight through. That's all, nothing really exciting there. bonus. Yes. Okay. Won't buy anything yet, until I got more to spend. And that's gonna be it. Watch all that, thank you for watching it. It got kind of awkward at the end there, because I was trying to do something unrelated to the game while doing the game. So there's some awkward pauses, but got it done. And then we'll go on to probably keep doing it the same format. We just kind of go till I hit a Somnium each recording, basically.